and then we'll move forward. So good evening, everyone. My name is Terry Fletcher. I'm the Chief Communications Officer for the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection. I want to welcome everyone to the virtual public meeting regarding the draft air quality permit for Allegheny Wood Products. Joining me tonight is staff from the DEP's Division of Air Quality, including Division Director Laura Crowder, New Source Review Program Manager Bev McCoon, Permit Engineer Steve Persley, and Environmental Resource Manager Nicole Ernest. The purpose for this virtual meeting is to provide information, answer questions, and give each of you the opportunity to share your comments or information about the draft air quality permit with the DEP. I want to emphasize that a decision on this air quality permit will not be made this evening. All comments given this evening, as well as any written comments submitted to the agency prior to the end of the comment period, including those that have already been submitted, will be entered into the public record for this permit and considered by DAQ staff prior to the agency making its final determination. This meeting is being recorded so that the questions and comments you share can be made part of the public record for this draft air quality permit. The official comment period has been extended until 5 p.m. on Friday, May 12th, 2023. Once the comment period closes, the DAQ staff will review all the comments that have been submitted, respond to those comments and questions, and issue its final determination. The response to comments document and final determination will be sent to those who submitted comments and also made available on the DEP website. And the recording of tonight's meeting will also be made available on the DEP website. To ensure that we successfully achieve the purpose of this meeting, we ask that everyone be respectful and consider each other by refraining from using foul language and name calling and interrupting others while they are speaking. We also ask that you keep your microphone on mute unless you've been called upon to ask a question or provide your comments. We also ask that you keep your comments or questions on the topic of this air quality permit so that our time together is used efficiently. Before I start with the agenda for tonight's meeting, I'd like to ask that anyone who is attending virtually that did not register through the sign-in process that we have, I'm going to ask that you include your name and email address in the meeting chat. That way we have an accurate record of those who attended and participated this evening. If you are joining virtually, if you look at the right-hand corner, there should be a little text box icon, and if you click that, you can enter in your contact information and name there, please. Thank you. It's also our understanding that the Hardy County Commission has been kind enough to host folks in one of their facilities, and they have provided a sign-in sheet there. I'm going to ask that for those in attendance there, we ask that you make your name and contact information available, again, so we have an accurate record of those that attended this meeting this evening. So we're going to start with a brief presentation from Permit Engineer Steve Persley. He's going to go over the draft air quality permit and the relevant information for the proposed facility. After Mr. Persley's presentation, the Hardy County Planning Commission has agreed to provide information from their recent commission meeting on Tuesday. It's our understanding that new information relevant to the site for this proposed facility has been made available and is likely of interest to those in attendance. So we appreciate the Hardy County Planning Commission's willingness to provide that information to everyone this evening. After that, we're going to open the floor for a question and answer segment, and then we'll move on to official comments. Any questions that we cannot answer during the Q&A portion, we'll address them in our response to comments document. And once we start taking official comments, we won't be able to answer any more questions at that point. The purpose is, one of the purposes for this meeting is that we take official comments on the record. And at that point, we have to just listen to the comments that you have, record them, and again, we'll respond to all those in our response to comments document. As many of you can see, we have a very large number of people that have joined us this evening, and majority of which have indicated they wish to ask a question or provide comments. So to make sure that we have a chance to hear from everyone and we get through this and able to hear everyone's comments and their questions, We'd like to start out just by limiting to one question per person. And then once we move into comments, we'd like to limit testimony to 3 minutes per speaker. Again, this is just to ensure that we have an opportunity to hear from everyone. As I mentioned before, the comment period is open until May 12th, until 5 p.m. on May 12th. So you have plenty of time after this meeting to submit any comments you have in writing. And we're also available to answer questions that you may have as we lead up to the end of the comment period. So appreciate you all bearing with me through all those instructions and opening remarks. At this point, I would now like to turn the floor over to Permit Engineer Steve Persley. Steve?
Good evening. My name is Steve Persley. I'm an engineer with the West Virginia Division of Air Quality, and we're here this evening to talk about Allegheny Wood Products' proposed installation of a log fumigation facility near Baker, West Virginia. So as far as what you can expect to see in this presentation, first I'll be talking about the permitting process, kind of generally what happens when the Division of Air Quality receives a permit application, what type of review it undergoes, etc. Then I'll talk specifically about Allegheny Wood Products' proposed log fumigation facility in Baker. Then we'll talk about which DAQ documents are important for anyone interested in this project, where you can review those documents, etc. Then we'll talk about what will happen after this meeting, the process that is laid out that we will follow for everything that happens after this meeting. And then finally, there'll be a slide with my contact information and sort of a summary of everything we've talked about during this presentation. In West Virginia, if you want to construct a stationary source, you must first obtain a pre-construction permit from the Division of Air Quality. The type of pre-construction permit you have to receive depends mainly upon your level of emissions. For what we call criteria pollutants, that level can be either 100 tons per year or 250 tons per year, depending upon what type of source you are, what type of source category you're in. For some of those source categories, it's 250 tons per year. For some, it's 100 tons per year to be a major source. If you're below those levels, it's a minor source. Criteria pollutants are things you can sort of think of as what typically would be like products of combustion, oxides of nitrogen, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, particulate matter, things like that. Allegheny Wood Products' proposed facility will not emit any of those criteria pollutants. It emits only methyl bromide. Methyl bromide is one of the 188 substances that EPA has listed as a hazardous air pollutant, or HAP. For HAP, the threshold levels of being a major source or a minor source, for HAPs we call minor sources area sources. But the threshold level for those is 10 tons per year of any individual HAP. In other words, 10 tons per year of any one HAP on that list of 188 substances, or 25 tons per year of all those 188 substances combined. Again, since Allegheny Wood Products' proposed facility emits only methyl bromide, only one of those HAPs, the trigger level for becoming a major source for them is 10 tons per year of that methyl bromide. For major sources, in other words, for a facility like Allegheny Wood Products, if they were over 10 tons per year of methyl bromide, they would become a major source. Major sources have a post-construction operating permit in addition, which is we call our Title V process, regulated under 45 CSR 30. Again, as we'll discuss later, that would not apply to Allegheny Wood Products because they are a minor source. Again, because they emit one hazardous air pollutant, and that hazardous air pollutant is emitted at a rate of less than 10 tons per year. So as I mentioned, since the proposed Allegheny Wood Products facility will emit less than 10 tons per year of an individual HAP, they are defined as a minor source. Minor source permitting in West Virginia is administered under West Virginia Legislative Rule 45 CSR 13. Now, what that permitting program does is first determines, of course, the level of emissions from each facility and whether or not that level of emissions will meet state and federal applicable air quality rules and regulations. Once we determine that, we develop a draft permit that will ensure that the facility will continue throughout its operation to meet any of those applicable state and federal rules. An additional thing that 45 CSR 13 does is it provides the framework of public notice and participation. Specifically for a new construction permit, it requires that the company place a legal ad, a Class 1 legal notice, in a newspaper in general circulation in the area where the facility will be located. Allegheny Wood Products did that. They published a legal ad in the Moorfield Examiner on January 18th of this year. And the second part of that public notification is after the Division of Air Quality has reviewed the application and developed a draft permit and engineering evaluation, it requires the Division of Air Quality to publish an additional legal ad in that same paper that essentially notifies the public that we've made a preliminary determination to issue the permit. It has to specify what the level of emissions is and provide a method for the public to comment and ask questions about the proposed approval. The Division of Air Quality did that. We placed that legal ad on April 5th of this year. So that's sort of what the permitting process does. It's also important to understand what that particular process does not do. We have to base the approval or denial of any permit application upon the state and federal air quality rules promulgated. So we cannot and do not take into consideration a whole myriad of things that can be important issues, but they just are not under the purview of the Division of Air Quality. Things like economic impacts of the facility, the number of jobs, traffic issues, zoning. Zoning has been, I know, an issue that many of the comments we've received have brought up. I think it's important to note that zoning is a completely separate issue, and it's also important to note that regardless of whether or not we issue a permit, that permit does not trump any local zoning. If a facility is going to want, or if a company wants to place a facility in an area that's not zoned for that type of facility, regardless of any permit we issued, that doesn't have any effect on the zoning. It certainly does not trump any zoning. Another thing that I think a lot of people don't understand is whether or not there's public support for a particular facility can't be a basis for whether we issue or deny the permit. I know a lot of people don't like that, but we have to base our decisions upon whether or not the facility meets the state and federal rules, not whether or not it's particularly wanted in an area. Another thing we can't do is require a facility to be placed in or away from certain areas. We don't have the authority to do that. What we have to do is review the application based upon the location that the applicant tells us is going to be at. In other words, they give us coordinates, and we review the facility as it sits there. We can't tell them to move it someplace else. We also can't, we are the Division of Air Quality. We can't base our decision upon non-air quality environmental impacts. For example, a lot of times at these facilities, people are concerned about groundwater contamination, things like that. Those would have to be addressed. Those concerns would have to be addressed to the Division of Water Resources under DEP. The Division of Air Quality does not have authority to regulate any of those issues. So to summarize the review process as it's occurred specific to Allegheny Wood Products proposed facility, they submitted an application to us on January 5th of this year, and they submitted it as a minor source, again, since emissions from the facility are less than 10 tons per year of an individual hazardous air pollutant. As part of that application, they were required to place a legal ad, specifically in this case in the Moorfield Examiner. They did that on January 18th, 2023. We reviewed the application, made the preliminary determination to approve the permit, so therefore issued a draft permit, an engineering evaluation, and we did that on April 5th. We published that ad in the Moorfield Examiner. That ad again contained the level of emissions from the facility and contained the website where citizens could access the draft permit, engineering evaluation, some other documents. When we ran that ad on April 5th, that began the required 30-day public comment period. Once that public comment period started, we obviously received substantial public comment, a substantial number of public meeting requests. The director, at her discretion, granted those requests for the public meeting. That's why we're here today. Subsequently, she also extended the deadline for us to receive comments. Like I said, it's typically a 30-day period, which begins when our public notice runs, which in this case was April 5th. So typically our public notice period would have ended May 5th, but the director at her discretion extended that to the May 12th to give the public ample time to comment and question, specifically even after this public meeting. So that's a little bit about how the permitting process works in general and how it is specifically applied to Allegheny Wood Products proposed fumigation facility near Baker. So now we can talk about more specifically exactly what Allegheny Wood Products is proposing. They're proposing a log fumigation facility to be located near Baker in Hardy County. The way it would work is, I'm sure most of you are aware, there's substantial timber industry in the United States and West Virginia. Many of those logs, when they're cut, are exported overseas. Before they can be exported to some of those countries, they're required to be fumigated. They're required to be fumigated to make sure that any pests that are either native to the United States or a problem in the United States, any of those pests are killed before being exported so they're not introduced into other countries. The U.S. Department of Agriculture specifically regulates how that must be performed. They regulate the type of fumigant that's required after it's introduced to the logs. They prescribe exactly how long the fumigant has to remain there before it can be aerated, things like that. So what would happen is at this facility, as proposed by Allegheny Wood Products, They will construct a building at the Baker site. They will bring the logs into the building either in shipping containers or loose in piles to be set on the floor and then covered with a tarp. They would then use tubes to introduce the methyl bromide from bottles in a prescribed amount per the Department of Agriculture. They then seal everything up, seal the building, and wait the required time. Depending upon the wood species, it's typically, I think, 16 to 72 hours that they have to wait before they can then aerate it. The aeration processes basically involves the Allegheny Wood Products employee or contractor would then enter the building in protective equipment and either open the shipping door or shipping container doors or untarp the logs and begin the aeration process. The building would contain a fan, which basically would draw the methyl bromide out of the building and would begin the aeration process. That's kind of generally kind of a quick version of how they do it. There's more detailed information in the permit application and the engineering evaluation that can be obtained on our website. Again, at the end of the presentation, if you haven't already seen, you'll see where exactly you can find those documents. So this is a map from Google that shows exactly where the facility is proposed to be located. As you can see, the orange marker there indicates exactly where the building will be. I think there was some confusion, at least among some people, as they thought that these long white buildings that you see, those are former chicken houses that are no longer in use. I think some people thought that the facility was going to be located in one of those. It's not. It's on the other side of the road where you see the orange marker. And this is just another map from Google showing the proposed location. It's zoomed out a bit so you can, I think, better tell where the facility will be in relation to Baker and Moorfield. So we've received a lot of questions and comments asking about existing log fumigation facilities in the area. Currently, there's one log fumigation facility in the area. It's also operated by Allegheny Wood Products. It's located off Harness Road in Moorfield. You can see on the picture I've put up, I've circled it in red. Adjacent to that facility is a Southern West Virginia asphalt facility. Further to the northwest of the facility is Walmart and a movie theater. So you can kind of see the location there. That facility was permitted in 2019. It briefly operated under a temporary permit before that, but has routinely been in operation since September of 2019. Previously, Allegheny Wood Products had a second log fumigation facility near Moorfield at the Moorfield Industrial Park, located there just south of Moorfield. The Division of Air Quality had issued that permit on October 26, 2018. However, sometime before November of 2022, the company ceased operations at that facility, and then in February of this year requested that that permit be rescinded. It's our understanding that they had ceased operations at that facility and requested that that permit be rescinded because they had actually sold that facility, and so obviously cannot continue operating on it. So I previously talked about how the permitting process in West Virginia is based upon any state or federal applicable air quality rules. In the case of a minor source log fumigation facility, really the only rule that applies is the West Virginia minor source permitting rule. It applies because Allegheny Wood Products proposed facility would emit more than 2 pounds an hour and 5 tons per year of a hazardous air pollutant, in this case methyl bromide. That's the only state rule that applies to this facility. There are no federal air quality rules that apply to this facility. Typically, for facilities that emit HAPs, the US EPA can promulgate rules under either 40 CFR Part 61 or 40 CFR Part 63 that regulates different source categories that emit HAPs. They promulgated rules for over 100 different types of source categories. They've not promulgated any for fumigation facilities, despite the fact that there are organizations that have asked them to do that. So far, they have not done that. The only potential rule that could apply to a facility such as this is if they were a major source. In other words, if they emitted more than 10 tons per year of methyl bromide, they would have to undergo what is called case-by-case MACT review. MACT, M-A-C-T, stands for Maximum Achievable Control Technology. So if they were a major source over 10 tons, when they submitted their application, they would have undergone case-by-case MACT review, in which we would have determined, taking into consideration a whole host of factors, what would be the maximum achievable control technology that they would have to install in this facility. Since they will emit less than 10 tons per year, they're not a major source, so that does not apply in this case. So as I mentioned, methyl bromide is the only pollutant emitted from this facility. So I want to talk a little bit about what methyl bromide is. It's a pesticide that's been used in the U.S. since 1932. It's currently still used to treat commodities coming into the country, such as grapes and asparagus. In this particular case, Allegheny Wood Products is obviously using it as a fumigant for domestically sourced logs prior to export. Methyl bromide does have a very high vapor pressure. It's 1.9 atmospheres at 68 degrees. Therefore, it dissipates quickly. This is one of the reasons it makes a good pesticide is once it's released into, say, these shipping containers, because of that high vapor pressure, it wants to expand and it wants to fill every crack and crevice. It wants to get in everywhere. And so that's one of the reasons that makes it such an effective pesticide. It also means that once it's released into the atmosphere, concentrations of it decline rapidly. The further you get from the source, the concentration goes down very quickly. Most of the comments we've received thus far made some mention of the fact that methyl bromide is banned. So I want to talk a little bit about that. Methyl bromide is banned for most uses under the Montreal Protocol. Montreal Protocol was an international agreement signed in 1987 and then generally implemented a few years later. And it was aimed at protecting the ozone layer. For those of you old enough to remember, back in the 80s, the hole in the ozone layer was a big environmental issue. And so we banned a whole host of substances, probably most notably CFCs, or chlorofluorocarbons. These were chemicals that were used in old air conditioners and as things like propellants and hairspray. It's the same agreement that banned those substances also banned methyl bromide for most uses. Again, because it is an ozone depleter. Once those methyl bromide molecules make their way to the ozone layer, they will convert part of that ozone to other substances, basically contributing to a thinning of the ozone layer. Now, due to the Montreal Protocol, in 1992, US EPA banned the use of methyl bromide for most uses, but there were three notable exemptions. One is emergency use, what they call it emergency use, short-term critical uses, and what's known as quarantine pre-shipment, or QPS. In the case of the proposed log fumigation facility, it falls under that third exemption of quarantine pre-shipment. They're quarantining these logs with the fumigant and before they ship them overseas. So it falls under that exemption. That exemption under the rule remains until the U.S. Department of Agriculture approves an alternative method to the use of methyl bromide. So far, the U.S. Department of Agriculture has not done that. I know a couple of the comments we've gotten have mentioned, asked why don't they use a safer method. I guess there have been some studies done that showed there may be some alternatives, but any company doing log fumigation is not allowed to use those alternatives until the U.S. Department of Agriculture approves it, and so far they've not. And I do think it's important to point out that methyl bromide was banned under the Montreal Protocol because of its ozone depleting effects. Not that it was necessarily more toxic than other pesticides. Matter of fact, there are pesticides still used today, perfectly legal, that are, when you look at the values, that are much more toxic to humans, or toxic at much lower levels than methyl bromide is. So it was banned because of its ozone depleting characteristics, not because of its toxicity. And I also think it's important to point out that since the Montreal Protocol began to be implemented, the health of the ozone layer has improved significantly, and it continues to improve every year. The latest projections I saw said that the hole over Antarctica, the hole in the ozone layer over Antarctica, will be completely gone by 2040, and shortly thereafter, the health of the ozone layer will be back to pre-industrial levels. So we are making progress on that front. So I think that is important to note. A lot of the comments we received also are referencing the fact that methyl bromide is quote unquote banned in neighboring states. And so I want to correct some of that. I know we've gotten comments and people have referred to, some newspaper articles or some articles on some websites where someone from Virginia Tech said that Maryland had outright banned methyl bromide since 2016. That's just not accurate. I was on a fumigation work group with colleagues in Maryland as of 2019, and there was no outright ban. Now, I will say Maryland very strictly regulates methyl bromide use. They require best available control technology, and you can look at that at the Code of Maryland Regulations 2611-1505. The Code of Maryland Regulations 2611-1506 sets strict ambient air quality or levels for it, and those requirements are so stringent that the only methyl bromide fumigation facility that was in Maryland decided that they couldn't meet those limits and shut down that facility at the Port of Baltimore. But there is no outright ban on it from Maryland. We also got comments about North Carolina. Someone said that North Carolina had banned it, and someone else said North Carolina requires a 90% control technology on it. And again, that is just simply not true. 15A of the North Carolina rules, section 02D 1104, does set sets ambient levels that those facilities have to meet. In other words, they have to do computer modeling that shows that the concentration into the ambient air from that facility will not exceed a certain level. North Carolina has had that rule for quite a while for other pollutants. And then a couple years ago, they added methyl bromide to that list so that now they do have to meet those ambient limits. But North Carolina has log fumigation facilities in operation currently that use methyl bromide. Someone said Virginia has either banned it or is moving towards banning it. Again, I don't know what anyone may be proposing, but currently they absolutely do not ban it. They regulate it, frankly, very similarly to the way West Virginia regulates it. They regulate it through their permitting program. Typically, and they do have existing facilities operating currently. Typically, those permits require things like a 300-foot distance from the fumigation activity to the property boundary, and the permits typically require a 1 part per million concentration from a monitor at the fence line. This is similar to the way we regulate it in West Virginia. We regulate it through our permitting program, and specifically here, the draft permit contains requirements that Allegheny Wood Products install ambient air monitors near the property boundary, and that those monitors cannot, the levels at those monitors cannot exceed 1 part per million. And we actually require that at an instantaneous level. So if at any point the level exceeds 1 part per million, they have to cease, depending on what they're doing, they have to cease either introducing the fumigant or cease aerating it until those numbers drop below 1 part per million. That's actually more stringent than an 8-hour average at the fence line that Virginia uses. So what are the important documents from the Division of Air Quality that you should be aware of? First of all is the engineering evaluation. It contains the rationale that we use to make our preliminary determination. And then secondly is the draft permit. The draft permit includes all the emission limits, the monitoring, record keeping, all the restrictions that make sure that the facility does not exceed its potential to emit. And the potential to emit is what we base our determination on. So it's an important document that contains all those limitations that ensure that everything the company has told us will remain accurate during the operation of the facility. And the last slide, the contact information, you'll see the website, where you can access those documents. So what type of information we find in the engineering evaluation? First of all, you'll find some administrative information, the name of the company, the permit number, the facility ID number that DAQ has assigned to them, some administrative things like that. Secondly, you'll find descriptions of the facility and the emissions. So there's a process description that will tell you exactly how this process will work. There is a summary of the emissions calculations that will tell you, the method that we use to determine the emissions and what those emissions are. It will also discuss the applicability and how the company will comply with any applicable state and federal air quality rules. As far as what you'll find in the draft permit, the first 3 sections of that draft permit are kind of boilerplate facility-wide requirements that apply to all or the vast majority of facilities in West Virginia. Again, it's typically boilerplate type stuff. And then when you get to section 4 of the draft permit, you start to get into the requirements that are applicable to this particular facility specifically. And you'll see things like production limits, operating requirements. Specifically in the case of this draft permit, a big one is the requirements for the methyl bromide usage, the limits on the usage of the methyl bromide. You also see monitoring requirements, as we discussed. They've got to monitor and record the amount of methyl bromide they use, when they use it. They've got to keep records of those ambient air monitors that I discussed. Things like that you can find in the draft permit. So what happens after the meeting tonight? First of all, I think it's crucial to note that the original deadline to comment was extended. Previously, the comment deadline was 5 p.m. Friday, May 5th, which is tomorrow. The director, at her discretion, has extended that 1 week to Friday, May 12th at 5 o'clock. Before we make any final determination, we'll evaluate and respond to all the air quality related comments we've received by that deadline. The director, when she makes her final determination, will do that pursuant to 45 CSR 13, section 5.7. That final determination will be available on our website at the same location. The engineering evaluation and draft permit have been. That address will be on the final slide in this presentation. Also, if you've emailed comments to us, we have your contact information, and we will email you directly a copy of that final determination. It's important to note that no final determination has been made. We've made a preliminary determination. That's why we went to public notice. But no final determination has been made. The company cannot begin construction. They cannot operate until they have a final permit in their hand. At this point, the director still has several options. She could issue the permit as is, make changes to the permit and issue it, or she could deny the permit. At this point, that decision has not been made. So just to quickly summarize everything we've talked about during this presentation, on April 5th this year, the Division of Air Quality published a legal ad that said that we had preliminarily determined that the Allegheny Wood Products Log Fumigation Facility near Baker would meet all applicable state and federal air quality rules, and we intended to issue them a permit for that. However, no final determination has been made, and we will continue to accept comments up until 5 p.m. May 12th, and we will respond to all those comments that we received by that deadline before any final determination is made. Once we make that final determination, whatever it is, that determination will be made available along with any related documents at that time. What you see on your screen now is my contact information, address, phone number, email address. If you'd like to make further comments or make comments for the first time after tonight's meeting, the best way to do that is through email. If you could put Allegheny Wood Products comment in the subject line. You also see a link to our website. If you go there and click under popular searches, you will see the engineering evaluation, draft permit, and permit application for this proposed project. If you've already emailed me comments, you should have gotten a reply from me that already included the draft permit and engineering evaluation. But you can if you go to that website and click popular searches, you can also see the permit application. There's also instructions there on how to access our file management system. It's called AX, where you can find any related documents to this project. So that will conclude the presentation portion of tonight's public meeting. So thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Appreciate the presentation. As I mentioned earlier, we're now going to bring up a member from the Hardy County Planning Commission. I believe Melissa Scott is with us. Ms. Scott has agreed to provide some information that was covered in their recent Planning Commission meeting on Tuesday, which we felt was relevant to the folks here this evening. So if someone from the Planning Commission would be able to unmute and join and go ahead with your comments or presentation, please.
Can you hear me? Hi, I'm Scott. I'm Hardy County Planner. First of all, I just wanted to say something that I've already said to some of you, and that is we want to be very clear that the county has issued no approval.
Big echo. I think you might be logged on via multiple devices.
Yeah, closer to where they, yeah.
Getting feedback from the speaker.
Is that better?
Significantly, yes, thank you.
All right. Again, I'm Melissa Scott. I'm the Hardy County Planner. The main thing that we wanted to say to you today is that we want to be very clear that the county has issued no permits, approvals, or support for this project. We only learned about this project probably the same way you did, through this public advertisement. As Mr. Persley touched on, there are several different permits required from various agencies before developments like this can start operation. That is, if they are in compliance. Permits are often required to be issued from local, state, and federal agencies before they can go into business. Permits are, each entity is only legally bound to its own set of regulations. Well, that's something Mr. Percy was talking about. Like, he can't use anything to do with zoning to make his decisions. It's only that one little set of regulations that he is bound to. So we are bound to a different set of regulations that is our zoning. So in other words, there are many hurdles that developers have to jump over to get permitting. In some states, the local permitting is the first hurdle. Unfortunately, in West Virginia, local permitting is the last hurdle. The county's role in this process is pretty much to make sure all of these other specialized permits from various local, state, and federal offices like DEP are being issued for projects before we will consider their application for their final zoning permits and building permits. So this DEP permit, again, is the first hurdle for Allegheny Wood Products for this fumigation facility. And Hardy County permits will be their final hurdle. As a former hurdler, I think that DEP's hurdle was probably pretty low. No offense to DEP, but as we said before, their regulations are based on a very specific set of technical requirements, and they do not necessarily include local opposition as a mandatory consideration for approval. However, we do thank you, DEP, for agreeing to hold this meeting, since we know it was not required. The county, on the other hand, is probably going to be a much higher hurdle for Allegheny Wood Products. This is because the proposed location of this facility is not zoned for this type of land use, and because we are actually required to consider local opposition in our decisions. The Park Farm Road area is zoned agricultural, and as per the Hardy County zoning ordinance, this facility would only be allowed in an industrial zone with a conditional use permit from the Board of Zoning Appeals, which requires a public hearing. As much bad PR as zoning has been getting in Hardy County lately, the truth is local zoning is the only hurdle for developers that uses local input, all of your input, to direct development to specific locations based on the impact of the neighboring properties. In fact, zoning was established in the early 1900s for the specific purpose of preventing industry from poisoning nearby residents. So no matter what some may say, protection of residents is still the primary point of zoning. At a meeting of the full Hardy County Planning Commission on Tuesday, May 2nd, the Planning Commission voted to accept the following statement that we issued to DEP as the formal position of the Hardy County Planning Commission. That statement is as follows. We wrote this to Mr. Pursley. This letter is to inform the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection, Division of Air Quality, that while all state and federal air quality requirements may have been met for issuance of a permit for the proposed log fumigation facility on Park Farm Drive in Baker, the requirements for Hardy County zoning compliance have not been met. Park Farm Drive and surrounding property is currently located in an agricultural zoning district. The primary use of a property for activity centering around the use and storage of hazardous materials for treatments of products imported to the location is only permitted in an industrial zone with a conditional approval. No applications or inquiries have been made to the Hardy County Planning Commission or office concerning the path for such approvals. While we understand it's not customary for state offices to include county regulatory processes in its decision-making, in this case, we implore you to consider the fact that the proposed project is not currently permitted in the proposed location as per the Hardy County zoning ordinance. By working together, we can ensure that the primary goal of your agency, WVDEP, is met, and your goal is to protect our air, water, and land.
Could you please say what Mr. Williams, the owner of the property, said during the planning meeting on Tuesday?
Yeah, just let me finish. I just want to say that I hope that you will all stick with us through this process, as the county may receive some pushback as we attempt to enforce our zoning regulations on this development. So please stick with us. Be with us when we need you. So specifically to your question, how do you want to handle that, Steve? Do you think we?
I would be,
our meeting.
it's not really, I think it's supposed to happen during the comment period. I would think you're going to have the opportunity to put that question in front of everyone and that it would be addressed, I would think.
I'm probably the only one who can answer it, but
So if no one stops you.
okay,
I'm fine
yeah,
with it.
sure. I actually went back and listened to the recording so I could, get exactly what was said. I had a statement that I read the other night, had some different information in it. I had talked about how, boards are made up of different people in the community, and so sometimes the people are business owners and landowners, and, but that, the planning commission, if there's a planning commissioner, on the board who has an involvement in a case, that it will be required to recuse himself. I said that, and then I went on to say that we have received no information on this project at all, no applications or anything. And I asked if he had anything to add to that, and Robert Williams said it might add more confusion, but to tell you all, as I have said before, there are no plans now nor in the future for fumigation to occur at this property. I don't know if that helps or not, but those are my words. I can't speak to you more than he said. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. We appreciate the information you were able to share with us. And I'm sure all the those attending appreciate that as well. At this point, we're going to move to our question and answer portion. Again, as we stated earlier, we want to make sure we get to everyone and we hear everyone's questions and have a chance to answer. So we're just going to, if you can, please try to keep your question to one per person. And again, we just want to make sure that we have a chance to hear from everyone. So the first name that I have on my sheet is a Joseph Nitro. And again, I apologize in advance for any mispronunciation of any names. I have a Joseph Nitro that registered to ask a question. Is there a Joseph Nitro on the call?
I think he's coming.
Okay.
So where am I speaking from? Right here. Good evening. Hey, my question concerns the half-life of methyl bromide. I hear it's 2 years. So if you dump 10 tons of this stuff into the air the first year, half of that is going to be around the following 12 months. Now we're talking about 15 tons of airborne toxin. Why is that not exceeding this 10-ton threshold, making this a major disaster instead of a minor disaster? That's my question.
Well, first of all, the way the rules are set up, it's very specific. It's you have to emit 10 tons within a consecutive 12-month period. It does not take into account half-life of any material or anything like that. And that's the same way that those trigger levels are calculated in every state in the country. This is no different. And it's very specific. It's the amount actually emitted within 12 consecutive months.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nitro, for your question. Next, we have a Ken Bransky.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Well, this is a bad idea. Well, some people are on their computers at home.
Is there a Ken Bransky with us? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on, and we can circle back if we need to. Next, we have Miles Park.
Some of you know me. I live a person that lives 620 feet from this site. I've submitted 14 questions to Steve Pursley, and I haven't got an answer on one of them. So, Mr. Pursley, are you going to answer my questions? And I would like to know also why the evaluation appears to be incorrect in its location. It actually places the property on land owned by the Department of Highways or land owned by that gentleman right there by the name of Randall Arndall. It's not on land owned by by Robert Williams. That's where they want to put it. Robert Williams has been to my house himself and said he's not going to put it there. He told me that basically he allowed them to use the address to extend their permit. So does this void their permit? Does the fact that the landowner is not allowing them to put it there, does that void their permit? That's my question.
Well, first of all, we did receive your questions, and they will all be answered in the response to documents, our response to public comment document that we issue when we make our final determination. Secondly, as far as location, all we can go by is what was submitted in the application. The map I showed in the PowerPoint presentation is where the applicant has stated that it will be located. This permit would not be good. It would not be valid for any other location.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Park. Next, we have a Trevor Southerly. Is there a Trevor Southerly available? I believe you're muted, Mr. Southerly.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Steve. Are you really the Department of Environmental Protection? You guys are not protecting our environment. You're attacking our way of life in Hardy County. We got to stop this. Thank you.
Yes, we are the Division of Environmental Protection.
Next, we have a Kate Davis. Is there a Kate Davis available? I believe we've seen a Kate Davis on the call, but you may be muted.
Hi. My question is, why can't this happen closer to the point of export? It feels like this. It feels like you're planning on they are planning on doing this work in an environment that's somewhat pristine. If it could happen closer to the point of export, say Baltimore, where industry has already been, it seems like a much more appropriate place to do this kind of work.
And your emissions would not be so restricted in that environment as well, probably.
I'll take my answer off camera.
Well, I mean, it certainly could be done in other locations. But as I said during the presentation, the Division of Air Quality doesn't have the authority to require someone to locate a facility either in or away from certain areas. We have to evaluate everything at the location that the applicant has proposed to us. We can't force them to move it somewhere else.
But can they be, can a recommendation be made to them to consider other locations? Can your division do that?
I mean, we'd be happy to discuss with them if they came to us and wanted to move to a different location. We'd certainly be happy to discuss that with them. But we can't require them to do that.
And is there an avenue by which we can pass that recommendation along through your office, or what office can we?
The recommendation that they move someplace else?
Yes.
I mean, you're always free to contact the company directly.
Okay.
Or, yeah, through the zoning board.
But through the zoning board. That would be our public avenue.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Waldrop. Is there a Sarah Waldrop with us?
Hi, thank you. I'm on the computer. I was just wondering, I understand from the presentations that there's a number of different permitting hurdles that have to be crossed. And I'm wondering if any of those particular points will consider any health impacts on the workers at the facility or the surrounding community. I understand the Department of Air Quality will look at air quality, zoning looks at land usage, but is there any other point at which that health impact might be considered? And if so, is there public ability for public input at that point?
So thank you, Sarah. And that's a question we get fairly often. As it relates to health impacts, that's not something that we have the authority over. It's an environmental protection agency. So the rules and regulations that we have to abide by, are designed to be protective of human health and the environment. So again, we are somewhat limited in our jurisdiction as it relates to human health impacts. And that's not something that as an agency we specialize in. We have, engineers and chemists and things like that. We don't have medical health professionals that can speculate or be able to determine, the human health impacts of a certain facility. So in that regard, we can't factor in, potential human health impacts related to a certain pollutant, other than what the regulations that have already been established by the state and federal rules and regulations.
Thank you.
Next, we have a Bob Dillard.
Yes, quick question. How many permits do you issue in a year for this kind of fumigation plant? And can you tell us what county has perhaps been able to stop this from moving forward?
In West Virginia, this application is the third one that we've ever received. All three have been in Hardy County, as I mentioned during the presentation. One of the previous two is still in operation at the Harness Road facility. The other one did receive a permit, but the company, Allegheny Wood Products, sold that facility, and so we rescinded the permit. So currently, there's one other facility in West Virginia, and it's also in Hardy County.
Wow, thank you.
Next, we have Amy Head. Is there an Amy Head?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay. Mine's just more of a statement, I guess, but my biggest concern is that this location is only about 5 miles from the school. And I have a big concern with, you know, the children being around almost 10 tons of neurotoxin being released into the air while they're at school.
Thank you for your comment. We will add that to the record for official comments. Next, we have a Gene Flanagan.
Hi, my question has to do with the rate of dissipation of the gas once it's released into the air. How long does it take it to dissipate? And I've read that it's heavier than air so that it doesn't really dissipate. It kind of falls to the ground. So could you clarify that for me, please? Thank you.
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. And I'll be honest with you, I tried to find a quantitative way to describe how fast that it dissipates and wasn't able to do that. But what you will find when you look at the literature, you'll find qualitative statements on EPA's website, on the Marama website, on basically any of the websites that discuss methyl bromide. They just give a qualitative statement that says it dissipates quickly, which makes sense. It is, as I talked about in the presentation, it's got a high vapor pressure, which means it wants to expand, it wants to dissipate. Those methyl bromide molecules don't have a strong attraction to each other. So while it is heavier than air, and if it's, in very certain instances, very close to the fumigation site, you can get some pooling. Once it hits the ambient air, then every source you look at has this qualitative statement that it dissipates quickly.
Great, thank you. Next, we have a Mike Grimm. Okay, Mr. Grimm, you may be muted. If you could unmute and go ahead with your question, please. Okay, Mr. Grimm, looks like we're having some technical issues hearing you, so we can circle back to get to your question. Next, we have a Joe Pat Flanagan.
Oh, Pat Flanagan. Yes.
Actually, a bit of a follow-up question to one earlier. I was looking at some information on CDC that indicates as well that the gas is 3 times heavier than air. It also gives some indication that under certain adverse conditions, the gas can collect in low elevations and not be dispersed for a length of time. That's a little scary in an area that is filled with hills and hollows and valleys for potential capture of the gas. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I understand when you read that it's heavier than air. I understand your concern, but it's just, I mean, all the literature indicates that it does disperse quickly. As you know, as far as the procedure for the fumigation, you know, that's all prescribed by the Department of Agriculture, and you know, all of those concerns, you know, have been taken into account under those guidelines that they promulgate on exactly how to do this.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Alex Williams. Is there an Alex Williams with us? Is there anyone in the in-person venue that is Alex Williams?
Not that we can find.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Sharice Gardner.
Thank you. I was concerned also about the location in that this seems to be an encroachment on agricultural land that is not suited to carry this kind of industry, as others have noted. There are folks who are residing in valleys and hollers, and you know, this thing is on a mountaintop. There's extreme health risk. How does the agency intend to respond to when they do find unhealthy concentrations of this substance, and not only on people's land, but our water? The Lost River, Rockcliffe Lake, the state's only freshwater source of water. Is there any concern? I know you guys are primarily, you know, officially focused on the air, but what consideration has been made for our water health? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I would point out that the draft permit requires ambient monitors near the fence line of the facility. And if those monitors record anything greater than 1 part per million, then the draft permit would require the company to cease doing what they're doing. It would require them to cease either injecting the fumigant or aerating the fumigant, whichever one they happen to be doing at that time. It would require them to cease that activity until the levels fall below 1 part per million. And again, as to your questions related to water, and that's, you know, as I said, that's just not something that we have any authority over. I hate to tell people that because I understand it can be frustrating, but it's just not something that we can do, that we have authority over.
And is there a state agency and office that does? Is there someone we can address?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we have within DEP, we have the Division of Water Resources. I certainly am not any expert on what, if anything, you know, that they could do about this, but you know, I would direct you to direct your questions to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a John Rosato.
Hi, yes. My question is regarding kind of the minor source versus major source issue that you were talking about, Mr. Pursley. In particular, given that you have two non-contiguous sites being proposed in Hardee County, both emitting just under 10 tons of methyl bromide per year, what is that something you consider? Because it seems like an easy way around the maximum achievable control technology considerations if you can propose multiple non-contiguous sites within close proximity to each other. Thank you.
Yeah, again, that's a good question. And it is something that we've looked at because it's not uncommon. And there is decades worth of EPA guidance on how to evaluate circumstances like that. And then, you know, there's kind of, and it gets complicated, but there's essentially a threefold test you have to look at as to whether or not two facilities should be considered one for major source, minor source determinations. And the big one is, you know, they have to be contiguous. So if they're separated, in this case, I think these two facilities are separated by, I don't know what, 11, 14 miles or something like that. They're clearly not contiguous and adjacent. So it's a high threshold you'd have to show that they are what EPA calls a support facility. And it's given that these are really just two very similar facilities, you couldn't make that argument. So, but I mean, it's a good question because it's not an uncommon occurrence. And so, but EPA is, like I said, has got decades of guidance on how to evaluate that.
Thank you. Next, we have a Julie Fowler. Is there a Julie Fowler with us? Okay. I believe there's a Julie Fowler online. If you could unmute yourself, please.
Hi, sorry for the delay. I couldn't find the button. My question has already been addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have David Kerr. Is there a David Kerr at the in-person venue?
Not that we can find.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a Wayne Thompson or Bernard Thompson.
I'm a resident of Bean Settlement, and what I've read on the internet and everything, that in the long term of this bromine stuff, it's going to cause health problems to all of us. Kill our animals or deer. I want to know what you're going to do about it. Stop it. We got to stop.
I mean, I think I would refer you to what Terry said previously. The type of health impacts are, that science is used to inform the rules and regulations. And that's done before anything is ever presented to us. Our job at DEP is to implement the rules and regulations that science has hopefully informed. So, I would just kind of refer you back to Terry's statement previously that those health impacts are not what we have expertise in, and that's not our role in protecting the environment.
Okay. Next, we have a Crystal Roberson. Is there a Crystal Roberson at the in-person venue?
I don't think so.
Okay, we'll move on to a Joe Lee.
You guys
Yeah, we can see you. We can see you on camera.
Okay, some of my questions was partially answered in a phone conversation I had with you in the past week or so. You said methyl bromide is not that bad, and that's why you approved the permit for the site, and that's why we're here. But what about mitigating factors? And we already have from Mount Storm coal emissions coming right down into our bowl, into our valley. And that does have impact. Did you consider that? We have American Woodmark, which is a good sized factory that has stains and varnishes and all sorts of stuff that goes into the air. We have crop fields sprayed with a whole lot of different things, mostly Roundup. It's still here. And of course, we've got the chicken rendering plant, and which is not as bad as it used to be, but it's there and it's spewing out a whole bunch of smoke. And when you consider this whole business about putting this site in, did you look at the rest? Because that's part of our environment already. And, I come to find out tonight that there's another methyl bromide site here in Moorfield up by the Walmart, the open air garden Walmart. I know where I'm not shopping. Good luck.
Excuse me. So what you're kind of talking about is a cumulative analysis. And that's not something that is done for minor sources. It is an analysis we do when we have facilities that undergo what we call PSD analysis. In other words, for major sources of criteria pollutants, we do that type of analysis, but that's not something under the rules that is done for minor sources.
Okay, next we have a Celia Coleman. Okay, is there a Celia Coleman at the in-person venue?
No one here.
Thank you. Next, we have an Annabelle Park. Is there an Annabelle Park at the in-person?
No.
Thank you. Next, we have a Ron Frost.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Uh, First, let me make a brief comment that I've always felt that the role of government's primary purpose is for the health, safety, and protection and well-being of the citizens that they govern, number one. And in saying that, we keep hearing a lot tonight of what your job isn't. It isn't to deal with the water. It isn't to do with our natural resources, such as wildlife and things of that nature. And it sounds like a narrow window that you all are responsible for, but yet are a major part of the permitting process. Why would not the people who are involved in the quality of the water that we drink every day and our natural resources such as wildlife, the DNR, why wouldn't they participate in this call, number one? Number two, if you look at the state of West Virginia, coal mining has been the backbone of the state for generations. Many miners have lost their lives in coal accidents. And many of those mines met all the safety standards of EPA, state regulations, federal regulations, but things happen, even though all the regulations were met. My question is, and you reference CFRs, and we hear all this bureaucracy conversation. We got the CSRs, and we've got this code and that code. How old are these codes? And the CFRs that you're quoting?
So, Mr. Frost, I can't speak to, how old each code is as it relates or as it relates to each regulation. But I think just to your overall comments, we do have a division of water and waste management, water resources that is responsible for regulating impacts to waters of the state. If this facility has any kind of operation that would impact waters of the state, it's required to get, permitting and certain approvals from that division. Again, as Mr. Pursley has mentioned, we do have a very narrow scope in this regard because it's an air quality permit. We have to factor in all the rules and regulations dealing with air quality. And just to, I guess, your overall point about, the code and having to follow those codes, those rules and regulations are set by state legislature and our congressional members at the federal level. So if you are unhappy with the framework that we have to operate within, there is a mechanism to do that, and that would be to reach out to your state and federal legislators and petition them to propose new rules and regulations that you feel are more in line with what you feel is needed. Again, we have to abide by, the rules and regs that are in place. We don't get to choose what those rules and regulations are, and we don't get to change them at our whim. And to be honest, I don't think that's something that citizens should want. You should want a regulatory framework that is, in place and that has to go through certain checks and balances before it can be altered. Otherwise, it could be changed on a whim by whoever is, put in place at the DEP or the DNR or whichever state agency, that we're talking about. So again, if you have, issues with the rules and regulations in place, I recommend you reach out to your state legislators, your federal legislators, and petition them about seeing the changes that you'd like. Okay, and next we have a Hillary Collins. Is there a Hillary Collins online? Hillary, I believe you're muted. If you could unmute and go ahead with your question, please. Still having some trouble hearing you, Hillary. We can come back if maybe your question isn't answered by that time. Next, we have a Bonnie Motton.
That's
I'm not
probably
seeing the Bonnie
Moten.
Motton online. Is there a Bonnie Motton at the in-person venue?
It's probably Bonnie Moten.
Okay. We're going to move on to a Shifa Benoit. Is there a Shifa Benoit online?
Hello, are you there?
Oh, there you are.
Okay, yes, I actually entered. We talk about how quickly it's the methylene bromide is dissipating, but did anybody address the radius from the location?
Well, when we talk about it dissipating, what we're talking about is the concentration of the chemical decreasing the further away that you get from it. And like I said, you know, I tried to find a kind of a quantitative way to express that, and I couldn't find anything. Everything I find is just it's qualitative. It's just statements that it quickly dissipates. But what that means is that the further away from the fumigation site you get, those concentrations drop quickly. And I mean, there are studies online you can find that support that, but it is difficult without doing some extensive computer modeling. It's difficult to put numbers to it.
Right, but it seems like that would be difficult to be able to make a decision on either because it's way too vague. You don't really know, as it sounds like you don't really know what you're approving or disproving because you don't have any quantitative information.
Well, we do have, remember, as I mentioned earlier, in the draft permit, we do have those monitors around the fence line. And those are important. If, as I said, if at any instant those monitors exceed 1 part per million, the company has to cease either fumigating or aerating, depending on what they're doing. They have to cease that activity until the levels fall below 1 part per million. Yeah, and Terry just brought up a good point too, in case people were wondering. Those readings are continuously recorded, and those records have to be available for inspection by our compliance and enforcement staff.
Okay. Next, we have a Mike Joy.
Yes, thank you. I had a fairly simple question, but you all have kind of danced around the real answer to it, which is mostly bureaucracy. And the basic question is, why would you even consider a permit for a substance that is recognized as toxic by the EPA and has been banned since 2005 and is also a depleter of the ozone layer? And now you all have, cited a bunch of regulations that skirt that issue. But the basic issue is one of common sense. Really, common sense.
Thank you.
I mean, I know, I understand you're frustrated. I've explained, I think, as to the best of my ability. We have to be guided by rules and regulations.
I understand that.
Yeah, and I understand it's frustrating, and I understand there's, among the public, there's probably a misconception that, a company wants to build something, so they submit an application to us. A few of us go into a conference room, look at it, and decide whether or not it's a good idea. That's just not how the permitting process works. It's the legislature, the federal government, EPA promulgates rules. Our job is to determine whether or not those rules are met.
Next, we have a Sheena Van Meter.
Hi, this is Sheena Van Meter. I'm here with some of the Board of Education members, and we're appreciative of the answers to our questions that we've received this evening, and we'll be working with the Planning Commission and Melissa to express our dissatisfaction with the permits and our opposition, and we'll do that the formal way. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a Stephen Sketchum. Or Shetram, I apologize.
Your name So I'm going to echo the words read by Melissa Scott at the beginning of the presentations. I voted formally for them for those words, and those are my words as well.
Thank you. Next, we have a William Kavanaugh.
Yes, I'd like to comment in addition to what Mike Joy just said a few minutes ago. We're asking a question about introducing a new toxic substance into our environment, and we're making excuses about 9 tons of it being different than 10 tons of it into the atmosphere. This is absurd. It's a known toxic material that other states have rejected in terms of processes in their counties. And for us to tolerate an introduction of that in our county is an assassination of our public. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will record that comment as part of the official record. Next, we have a Regina Corey. Is there a Regina Corney at the in-person venue?
No one here.
Okay, thank you.
You ready to turn it off again?
We also have a Brian Corey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I was saying, first, thank you very much for this meeting. It has been incredibly instructive. I think what I'm worried about, though, is I'm hearing lots of constraints, lots of siloed approaches, and basically the bare minimum. So I think, and Ron had asked that question, how do we bring the West Virginia EPA into the current century? Either that or who in your procurement department can I contact? Because there is a huge commission out there for AI. I mean, really, if that's all that's happening with our EPA, then, you know, either we have to change it or it really is just AI it out. And again, you guys have been great. I don't want to take your jobs away, but we're not getting a heck of a lot right now. And I understand that you're being constrained, but we need to change that.
Yeah, I mean, I believe me, I 100% understand your frustration. I would again just refer back to what Terry said earlier. All we can do is enforce the rules that we have. I mean, the analogy I always like to make is, if the speed limit in front of your house is 55 miles an hour and that's entirely too fast, it's not up to the state trooper to change the speed limit. It's, someone in the Division of Highways does that. It's
right. And we need to know who that is. Even something as simple as the fact that the only requirement is to post something in a newspaper with limited circulation.
That
should go to our legislature. But
exactly.
if that's we need to make a real change to help West Virginia.
I mean, that's exactly right.
A lot of money.
That requirement it comes from 45 CSR 13, and that is a legislative rule.
Okay. Then who can, so if as an outcome, I know you can't answer it now, but how can we make changes? Who do we contact and how do we make changes? Or where do I make my AI commission?
Yeah, I mean, that would be your local legislatures.
Okay. Thank you. And again, appreciate all the insight that you provided.
Thank you. Next, we have a Jonathan Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about AWP's compliance record with the two facilities in Moorfield? How often do you access the ambient readings, and how often have there been infractions? Thank you.
I mean, I can just tell you a little bit. I'm not in the compliance enforcement section, but I do know that the Harness Road facility was inspected last July, and the inspectors there reviewed all the records, and everything was found to be in compliance.
And how frequently are those inspections performed?
My understanding is at a minimum of every 2 years. More often if we get complaints or we have reason to do it more often.
Thank you. That's good information.
Thank you. Next, we have a Johnny Garza.
He's a lawyer. Okay, I have a couple of quick questions. Me and a number of my friends hunt in the land adjacent to this property. The deer and turkey that we hunt spend a lot of time on that subject property before they come over onto our property. If we hunt those deer and eat them, is that going to be safe?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, to be honest, I mean, you're getting, again, kind of outside my area of expertise. But
that's all.
Yeah, it's
so every 2 years when you check the air monitors, do you let them know when you're coming?
No, those are unannounced inspections.
Okay. I have 10 other questions I've submitted to you, but I'll wait to see the answers to them.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we have a Kurt Gurka.
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question was specific to the what the permit does, the discharge permit, which is, does that trump local land use law so far as you know, or is the permit just strictly related to if the activity is otherwise authorized, then they can go ahead and do it?
Yeah, it absolutely does not trump any other requirements for zoning, like any other licenses, anything like that. The only thing the air permit does is says that they're in compliance with that small sliver of rules that any business has to abide by. It does not trump zoning, any other licensing, anything like that.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Jody Abril.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I think one of my questions was already answered about the agricultural zoning, and why you would be wanting to consider putting industry into an agricultural area. And the other thing is why 2 plants in the same county?
I mean, that's a business decision by Allegheny Wood Processing. As I said before, all we can do is evaluate the facility where it's set, or where they tell us it's going to set. And I mean, to kind of go back and talk about one of the previous questions, as far as how they can have 2 facilities there and not count them as one, and it is, it's a EPA has laid out a 3-fold test, and number 1, is it under common control? Well, yes, it is. They're both AWP. Number 2, are they doing the same thing? Yes, they are doing the same thing. They're fumigating logs. It's substantively the same, but that third stool, or that third leg on the stool, is, are they contiguous and adjacent? And there's no guidance anywhere I can find that would call 2 facilities that far apart contiguous and adjacent.
Next we have a Brian DAQ, D-O-A-K. Is there a Brian Doak on?
No, no one here.
Thank you. Next, we have a Vicky Johnson. I'm not seeing a Vicky Johnson.
No one here either.
Okay, thank you. Next is Nicholas Arbello. Is there anyone at the in-person venue?
Sorry, no.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a Patrice Sager.
No one here.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a Betsy Horndorf Sayers.
Yes, she's here. Hold on. Oh. So she's not here.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a Michelle Mack.
Hi, first I'd like to thank Melissa Scott for her comments and hope that any public hearings regarding the zoning laws in Hardy County are readily available for us. I had read that the methyl bromide is going to be allowed until another method of fumigation can be found. I understand that Virginia Tech, for example, has been working on a process that involves a vacuum and steam, and that has not yet been approved. What progress is being made on approving any other kind of methods? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that would be probably a question to address to the Department of Agriculture. Is, you know, until they approve it, then it's not a method the company could use if they wanted. So I would direct those questions to the Department of Agriculture.
Next, we have a Brenda Orndorff. Is there anyone at the in-person venue with that name?
No.
Next, we have a William Ewing.
Hi, my questions were already basically addressed, so thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a Barry Conaty, Conaty. Barry, are you with us? I know you just asked a question in the chat there.
Type it in. You can type it in.
Feel free to type it in the chat if you're having some.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Maybe this is kind of a fundamental question. Melissa, I thought earlier today or earlier in this meeting, quoted the landowner where this proposed facility is supposed to be sited as saying log fumigation is not going to happen on that site. So I'm missing some fundamental fact. Is there an application for log fumigation on that site that was the subject of the application?
Yeah, all I can tell you is what was submitted to us. What was submitted to us was a permit application to build a log fumigation facility on the site. We're back in that presentation. I had the orange marker.
But I mean, isn't that fundamental? I mean, this is supposed to be a leasehold on property owned by that landowner who was quoted 2 days ago as saying there's no log fumigation operation on this site. So I'm missing something very fundamental.
Yeah, I mean, if the landowner sends us something that says that he's not going to give the applicant the authority to operate that facility on that particular at that particular site, then yeah, I mean, we would deny the application.
Okay, that seems to me to be sort of a critical path issue here.
Yeah, Mr. Conaty, I mean, that's something that, you know, obviously has been made, we've been made aware of here in the last, 48 hours or so, that there was appears to be some sort of dispute about the lease and the land. So that's something we're going to look further into. And as Mr. Persley mentioned, if there is, if the landowner has, not reached any kind of agreement with the applicant, then at that point we would deny the application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have a Sandy Bailey. Is there a Sandy Bailey?
There's no one here.
Okay, next we have Sean Hartman. Is there a Sean Hartman? Is there anyone at the in-person venue with Sean Hartman?
No.
Next, we have a Thomas Gruber.
He is here.
Okay.
Well, first off, I'd just like to thank you gentlemen for giving us time to speak with you this evening and voice our concerns. And more than anything, I just want to be sure that I'm understanding correctly. If the landowner is not going to give American Allegheny Wood Products permission to construct the site there, that's the end of the permit. Secondarily, I believe I understood you to say that if the Hardy County Planning Commission, for whatever reason, refuses to move forward with the construction permit, that they still can, they may have a permit in hand issued for you, but I need to understand, you said it would only, if I remember correctly, it could only be applied for a site, a construction site there. Is there any possibility that Allegheny Wood Products could take that permit and use it someplace else? Because it sounds to me like the DEP is going to issue the permit unless the landowner sends you something to say that he's not going to allow this construction of the site.
It's on public record. That commission meeting he was at was recorded. I have a transcript from that meeting. I was there. So that is admission it's not going there. I don't think you submitted it in writing. And I'm sure they're going to want to see it in writing. So that's going to be up to Mr. Williams. I just want to be sure that there isn't a path for Allegheny Wood Products to pop up someplace else with that permit in hand. That's really the essence of the question.
Okay, yeah, we issue permits, they are site specific. If we issue this permit, they cannot use that permit to build anywhere other than that site. So.
Can they stick the permit 100 feet?
Could they move it 100 feet?
400 feet?
Yeah, I mean, there is, I guess there's a reasonable margin of error when you plug in coordinates to, to Google Maps. But if they were just going to move it across the road, that, that we would not allow them to use that permit. If you were talking about moving it 25 feet, I mean, I guess that's something we would, we would have to talk to, we'd have to evaluate at that time. But that doesn't seem to, from what I'm hearing, it doesn't seem to be the case here.
Just for your information, the county does have an accurate website with all of those property boundaries on it and aerial photos where you can get actual accurate lat long.
Great, thank you. Next we have Dennis Funk.
This is a scientific question, so probably leaves DEP out, but here it is. I farm for a living, and the farm is adjacent to this property. In my research, I've found that it kills rats, mice, rabbits, squirrels that is exposed to the minute exposure to this. It causes death, cancer, and birth defects. Now, exposing my cattle there and harvesting crops and selling them in an airtight container and feeding my cows that food, which cannot be oxidized or put out into the atmosphere, am I not contaminating all of my cattle, which consists Grant, Hampshire, Hardy County, that all is all brought together, containing over 1,000 head of cattle. And after they consume this, am I not affecting every consumer who buys beef raising that has been risen on my farm? And you did receive or should receive a hard copy of my questions along with several others. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you are getting into the science that informs the rulemaking, and not the rules themselves. But I mean, I would point out, as I said in the presentation, methyl bromide is currently used to fumigate produce that comes into the country. So, I mean, if you eat grapes or an asparagus brought in from another country, there's a good chance it was fumigated with methyl bromide. Or something more toxic. Sulfuryl fluoride and phosphine are also used for those purposes.
How does this affect people with autism? That's a neurological disorder that there is no cure for. And what is the effect on these individuals with autism that is obviously a neurotoxin? How is that going to worsen the quality of life for our members of the community that are on the autism spectrum?
How about your son that lives 620 feet away?
Yeah,
right
my
off the
son has autism. He works in Moorfield. He lives at Park Farm Road. I want to know how this is going to affect all individuals in Hardy County with autism and any other neurological disorders. Answer me that.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously a medical question. And that's far beyond my scope of expertise.
Okay, next we have a Robert McDonald.
I need to go outside. I got to sit outside. Worst thing.
I originally had a question about trucks that are accessing quarter H point to Park Farm Drive, but instead I'd like to ask about the contiguous and adjacent requirement we've talked about a couple of times. How literal is this contiguous and adjacent requirement? Because we have had two facilities here in Moorfield that I believe are probably located within about 4 miles of each other.
I mean, it's literal. It's contiguous and adjacent, unless you can prove that one is what is called in the guidance a support facility for the other. And these would not be support facilities because they're doing the exact same thing. In other words, if you had a widget factory and it took 2 steps to make that widget. And you had one plant that did step 1 across the street, did step 2, 100% of the product from the first process was going to the second. Then you can make an argument that it was what EPA calls a support facility. And that's obviously not the case here.
I'm a little concerned that we might be confusing 2 different aspects of this. One is a facility that actually fumigates versus the product that gets fumigated and the impact of people working in one place or the other. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Haley Sager.
There's no one here.
Okay, next we have Linda Peters.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to circle back
to the question about minor source and major source. John Rosato asked that question. I had a similar question, but in looking at the Department of Air Quality communications internally, emails going back and forth, there was some discussion about the data being input into that formula to figure the total tons emitted at that site. And at one point, what the email correspondent says was, quote, worst case scenario for all time would be 10.608 tons, close quote. And I think this calculation is significant because it moves the needle over to requiring maximum achievable control technology. And I was wondering why the Department of Air Quality did not use the history of Allegheny wood products at the Harness Road and also at the Moorfield Industrial Park to plug in that data to see what the total emissions would be annually. Thank you.
Okay, so I know the emails you're talking about. I mean, it's important to note that a lot of times in application reviews, their emission numbers kind of go back and forth. What happened there was, I think someone working for the company's consultant was unaware that if they did increase those emissions over 10 tons per year, that it would trigger more stringent requirements. So he was basically asking what would happen if they wanted to increase their allowables over 10. And when I told him, well, you could do that, you could certainly submit that, but it would trigger case by case MAC review. He realized that that's what obviously was not something the company was going to want to do. So, but I think the key point here is twofold. The permit itself, the draft permit, limits emissions to under 10. It limits them to 9.55 tons per year. And the method of indicating compliance with that requirement is very simple in this case. It's the amount of methyl bromide that the company uses. In a lot of facilities, it gets more complicated than that. You have emission factors, you base emissions on stack testing, things like that. But here it's very simple. We're assuming a worst case scenario that every single pound of methyl bromide that the company sprays on these logs is emitted to the air at the Baker site. That's obviously not really true. There's going to be some residue left on the logs, but we're assuming absolute worst case scenario when we determine that 9.55 tons. If the company uses more than 9.55 tons in a consecutive 12-month period, they're in violation of their permit. If they were to use more than 10 tons in a rolling 12-month period, they'd be in violation of their permit, and they would be in violation of, several of federal rules of 40 CFR 63. So that would be a significant violation.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Derek Howard.
Yes, good evening. I did not realize that the scope of review of your agency was so extremely narrow. My question related to land use compatibility based on your presentation clarification that those are, land use and zoning issues are not issues that your agency considers. I'll just go ahead and withdraw the question. Just want to say I appreciate the local planning commission and staff, filling in the gap. Relating back to your comment to Mr. Frost, would like to see a legislative fix to, what you guys can consider in the permitting process, because it just doesn't seem like much. So, thank you for entertaining our questions this evening.
Thank you. Next, we have a Neil Gillies.
So I'm the guy that wrote the letter to the paper. I've got one technical question and one comment. The technical question is the engineering documents go to great length to talk about the temperature that must be maintained within the facility itself during operations. That has to be above, I believe, 40 to 45 or 40 degrees Fahrenheit. It has nothing at all about the temperature in the external environment. At 30.5 degrees Fahrenheit, methyl bromide turns to liquid. And so all of the issues about dispersal of this gas in the environment kind of disappear. But the bigger thing is, I understand the lanes that you guys are in. I spent nearly 20 years working with DEP on bay issues. So I understand you have to live within your rules. But we need to use this as a test case to improve the rules in the state of West Virginia that require local input as these things begin. Because of that, the town of Moorfield did not know that the Harness Road facility was fumigating logs with methyl bromide. Okay? That's a problem. Their emergency management people didn't know. They didn't have nobody knew. So this needs to be corrected. And I would love to see this to be a test case in the state to fix that problem. And I know you would too. So in terms of the temperature of the atmosphere when the gas is exhausted through the 75-foot high stack, are there any limitations on what's happening outside of the containment? Including wind speed. Including wind speed.
I'll answer that technical part, and then I'll let Terry talk about what you'd mentioned about notifications. Two things. That the temperature requirements in the draft permit come directly from the Department of Agriculture's what's called the APHIS document, which is, and I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but it's what sets out the requirements that the company has to make, or the company has to follow. So that requirement comes directly from there. And so currently there is, as the draft permit exists today, there is no requirement for outside ambient temperature. But we have at the previous site, yeah, there it is, the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service. Thank you. And I've completely lost my train of thought. Sorry, but anyway, the temperature requirements
at the previous site that you required a temperature at the previous site of 45 degrees, and you don't anymore. Why?
We initially did. We initially required that, and yeah, that was the train. That was where I was going, and we had done a screen computer model that indicated that the maximum concentrations actually went down with the lower temperatures.
And was that computer model used for this site with this landscape, mountains, rivers?
It was not.
But if I could just make a comment about the Harness site, because the Harness site does not have an exhaust stack. The Harness site has logs treated on the ground under tarpaulins, and they have logs treated within shipping containers. There is no dispersal process of high volume air blowing through the containment up to 75 feet in the atmosphere to disperse it. So they simply open the containers and the gas comes out. And not very far away from the containers is Walmart downhill. So this is a gas that is heavier than air and it flows downhill. So I would think that issues and questions about long-term exposure of low concentrations of this gas with the staff that works at Walmart would be a question.
Of the hundreds of thousands of people that patronize that store every year.
Their potential risk is far lower than the people who work there and there every day. That's true.
What about the 4 schools and the 2 daycares not more than a mile away?
I would worry about them too.
Obviously, somebody's not worried about it, because I want to listen to it.
Okay, but these people have a lane that they are legislatively required to live in. We can change that by talking to our elected representatives and use this as a test case to show that the harms that were done by this particular. I got a call from Miles the day my letter hit the paper.
Yeah.
Okay. He didn't know about this facility that was going to go in right next to his house. That shouldn't happen. Planning didn't know about it. The commission didn't know about it. That shouldn't happen.
We also
But-
did not know about the other facility at the industrial park. We never knew it existed. We never knew what they were doing. And I have, the lack of communication between local entities and state entities is absolutely, it's just non-existent.
And the DEP guys can't fix that. We have to fix that through the legislature. This is not their fault. They have their lane. They do have their lane. We can fix it through the legislature. Anyway.
Yeah. Thank you for your question and comments, sir. And just to build upon the notification issue, we issue as an agency thousands and thousands of public notices each year for new facilities that have requested permits, for modifications, renewals. So there's a ton of information that we have to make available to the public. And we do offer a mailing list that folks can join. And all the public notices that we issue are on the homepage of our website. They're right there. You can click right there on our homepage, and it will take you to an archive of all the notices we've issued. It will sign you up so you can receive those notices. We've obviously, we understand your concerns in that regard, and we're exploring, better ways that we can get that information out to the public. The challenge is obviously we don't want to over inundate media outlets or other avenues with the amount of notices and information that we have to put out each year. So again, we're exploring different options on how we can improve that. And obviously, if you all have any comments or suggestions about that, you're welcome to include those in your comments, and we will absolutely review those and take those into consideration.
I just wanted to
So
know.
we're going to go ahead and move on to the next
I just wanted
question.
to know
We have Angie Rosser.
we're local government. We're not the public. So there's only 55 counties.
Terry, you can skip over me. I want to make sure the local folks get priority here, but I can say hello. I'm Angie Rosser, Executive Director of West Virginia Rivers Coalition. If people would like to talk more about water concerns or getting involved in the legislative process, you can find us at wbrivers.org. Thanks.
Thank you, Angie. Next, we have Dave Workman.
Just a minute. He is here.
Go stand over there. All right, I can do that. Thank you for being here. Appreciate the opportunity to have this opportunity. We have, I believe, over 60 people here at our location, or have had it this evening. And that should at least be indicative of the concern which our community has for this. Also, I wish you would have brought this to us in person, because I think that would have been a great benefit to our entire community. But that being said, I do concur with what Melissa has already shared from the Planning Commission, and most of my questions have already been answered. I guess the one thing that I would say is, whose responsibility is it to notify the county when a hazardous chemical like that is being used in a permitted location? And why haven't our firefighters, first responders, and public been advised of the health concerns associated with this? Because it's the health of our public, and certainly the health of our first responders and others, that I think should be paramount, to all of those things that obviously another entity of government is permitting. Again, thank you. And like I say, we'll look forward to reading the documents that answer all the questions that you've received later on.
As it relates to just notification of the county, we don't have any guidance that explicitly outlines that the county level has to be, or the county government has to be notified, or that the application or that has to be sent to the counties. Again, we try to notify the public in the best ways that we can, and so that's where we're at with in that regard.
Really?
As far as, any kind of emergency response, is that something that's included in there? There's no requirement for any kind of emergency response plan in the application process for a facility like this. Other facilities, different facilities may have that requirement based on, state or federal law. But as it relates to this facility, there's no emergency response requirement that they have to submit in accordance with their application. Next, we have Bill Hours.
I'm Bill Ayers from the Hardin County Health Department. I have two comments. One, you were asking for suggestions on how to make communication better, and I think that's what Melissa was trying to do. I think if you guys could get together and talk about potentially notifying someone in the county, whether it's your county commission, county coordinator, county planner, whenever a facility is wanting to be in the county, that would help the communication process. My second question is, since we are the only place in the state that already has one of these in operation, has there been any environmental impact studies done? It would seem to me, since there's only one, and there's only one for a reason, that we would have some groundwater studies done, air quality studies done, besides the monitors of 1 part per million.
These on the low birth weight of our children.
Right. And these people are concerned, and we're not putting all the blame on you guys. But if you live in this county, it seems like we have a higher cancer rate in some places than others. And some people like to say that that's a water issue from wells, contamination, so on and so forth. I don't think that's it. I think it's an air quality issue. And I'll keep that to myself, but that's why we as a county are very concerned. But I would, with one facility in the state, number one, I don't know why it's only inspected once every 2 years, since we only have one. But number two, I would request that an environmental study be done on this one location, some soil samples taken, some air quality testing done, whether by you or the company. I really don't care who does it, but any help would be appreciated. They need to report to you too. Thank you. They don't.
I have a question for you, Bill.
Okay.
I do live, me and my wife, and my stepson live 620 feet from this proposed location. Can you mandate that they provide testing for us?
I cannot. I actually have nothing to do with the permitting process on this. The only potential thing that I would have anything to do with was if they were putting a building up and wanted to put a septic system in or drill a well. That would be it. I got one more question for you. This tarping process. Do the tarps have to be underneath the logs on the bottom, or are they just covered on the side? They put. Well, the gentleman said that some residue stays on the logs. So what after these logs come out of the containers, already been treated, and we get a rainstorm, and they're sitting there open? I'm very concerned about the water quality in this area. So,
And if the logs go down the road, what's it gonna, if there's anything left on the logs going down the border?
right.
And they do. Exactly.
But I just want you guys to know, I found out about it at the same time you guys found out about it. And
That's messed up.
My biggest concern, I live 4 miles downwind. I've got peripheral neuropathy. I've got Parkinson's disease, and all that came from Vietnam. Same kind of situation, same kind of substances right over there. So I just can't see him even thinking, why don't you put it in Grant County?
you guys think we're the only ones on where they at?
They're in Charleston.
I know, but where they see me at? Because they think they're the only ones on the hot seat. They don't put me on a damn fire. I will support you. My health department will support you. I'm working with the county commission, with Melissa. Anything they need out of us at the health department, we will do, guys. We'll try.
Mr. Pursley, are you going to answer whether the logs can be directly on the ground during tarp fumigation?
Yeah, it's, that process is laid out in, from the Department of Agriculture and the APHIS document. We would not contradict what's in the document one way or another.
But your engineering report does. It says it'll be directly on the concrete, and the APHIS treatment manual requires it to be on pallets and off ground.
If the APHIS treatment document specifies that it has to be on pallets and off ground, then it has to be on pallets and off the ground.
It does. So why doesn't the permit read that way, or your engineering report?
Well, the engineering report is just an informational document. It doesn't, nothing in there is prescriptive.
So we shouldn't
Only what
rely
is
on the
in
information in the report?
draft permit.
So we shouldn't
And the
rely on
permit-
the information in the engineering report?
The draft permit says that they have to abide by all APHIS requirements. So if the APHIS document says it has to be on a pallet, then it has to be on a pallet.
But what's the regulatory body that monitors that?
The Department of Agriculture, and they have to have a what they call an APHIS officer on site anytime that they are doing.
How often and when? To that gentleman's point.
The APHIS officer has to be there the entire, my understanding is the entire time that they are fumigating.
Okay, so who is that individual or individuals? And again, what is the process for that? I feel like this is something that has not been addressed. You talk about standards, but there is a horrible lack of them based off of what you have told us tonight.
Sir, I'm not sure. As Stephen mentioned, the APHIS officer will have to be on site every time there's fumigation. The details for that process is laid out and established by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. that's not something that we have the jurisdiction to enforce. I mean, that's a regulation that is, in their rules and regs, and they have to be the ones that are responsible to enforce that.
Terry,
So again,
you
if you
have
need further
enforced that in
clarification
previous
about how
permits.
the USDA rules work and apply to this facility, we would recommend that you reach out to the U.S. Department of Agriculture for more clarification on that issue.
Terry, you have enforced that in previous permits. You've taken out 18 separate controls that we detail in our comment letter from the previous permit to this permit, one of which Stephen just said was taken out because of a computer model that was done on a different facility and that none was done for this facility. Why would you take those controls out of your permits?
I mean, we didn't remove anything.
You can just compare section 4.
You can't compare them. It's two different facilities. This we treat it as a brand new facility. This is not, under our rules and regulations, this is not like a relocation permit where we just up and took one permit and moved it to a different location. Like I said previously, we don't do that. We treated this as a brand new facility. And I would point out that we've not issued a permit at this point. What we have is a draft permit. And as I said in the presentation, the director can sign the permit as is. She can make changes to it, or she can deny it. So at this point, we've not issued a permit.
But the draft permit doesn't include the section 4.1.20 that was in the previous permit, no more than 3 shipping containers per hour. Doesn't include temperature controls of over 45 degrees. That's 4.1.6. I could go on and on. All of those are stripped out of this permit. Why?
And you're free to make that comment, and we will address it in the response to documents comment, or response to comment document.
Those are the safeguards to the community, and they're stripped. You're going to address that?
Again, the permit has not been issued, and we will address every comment, every question that was received on air quality matter by the 5 o'clock, May 12th.
But are there
Okay,
any you can
and-
address now? Because you have all these people on the line who are listening, and everybody's not going to be able to go back and read the 300 pages of responses. These are air quality questions. They have to do with the release into the air because of the number, quantity, and timing of the fumigation that's being done. It's pretty stark when you look at the two next to each other and you see how many things are not there anymore. And if you don't know that answer, okay, then we'll have to wait. But now's the time. Everyone's here and everyone's listening.
And again, I mean, like I said, there's not been a permit issued yet. So I would just ask to hold off on any, before you make a decision about that until you see what's in the final permit, if there is a final permit.
But we can
Will
only
we have a
comment on the
chance?
draft permit.
Exactly.
The
Will we have a
final permit
chance
is
to?
final.
And we have those comments and we'll respond to them.
Okay,
we need
so
to move on
I
to,
would really hope that at least something along the lines of a safety audit and or some kind of emergency action plan is actually within that draft permitting document, so that everyone can understand what it is that's happening. They can clearly read and understand what is going into the environment, possibly themselves. And I say possibly, but all of that needs to be outlined and prescribed down to a T so that the amount of information that goes out, people understand. And that's a huge lack that we have right now.
Thank you for that comment. We're going to move on to a Donald Evans. So, Mr. Evans, if you have a question.
Well, I've got a couple comments first, and then I'll go to the question. I was aware of the plant behind Walmart. My brother's been working there for several years. And I was also disturbed to find out that this process could go so far without the public knowing. And I understand you don't have to notify us, but thank you for this conference. I looked at your aerial map and the proposed site of the plant seems to be almost straight across from Upper Skaggs Run Road. My wife and I lived on Old 55, a few hundred feet from Upper Skaggs Run Road. And weekly, we travel Upper Skaggs Run Road many times over to the corridor. If this plant would go in, it would be almost directly across the road. And my wife had concerns that as we travel with our grandkids, that there might be a health issue. But then I understand from this meeting, you have nothing to do with the health issue. I mean, if the plant is put in and 500 people fall over dead, it's not your fault. One of my big questions is quite frequently on Skaggs Run, Old 55, we see bald eagles flying all the time. I have seen as many as 10 bald eagles together roosting. Some of these poultry farmers probably have seen 15 or 20 around their poultry farms. And this is toxic. It's going to go up into the air. And I may be mistaken, but bald eagles have no respect for property boundaries. Bald eagles don't know when they're within 300 feet of toxic gas. And I would say that if one bald eagle dies because of this, you're really going to hear about it. Anyway, my concern mainly was the bald eagles. And I would think for that issue alone, this plant should never go there.
They're actually still protected, not on the endangered species list, but there is an act where the bald eagle and the golden eagle are
Yeah, they are
still
protected.
federally
They're
protected.
national.
And they're both on that farm because I see them almost every time I'm home.
See them all the time. But if this plant goes in, it might be the last time. Thank you.
I mean, I would again, just reiterate, all we can do is enforce rules and regulations that are developed in the code.
Okay, next we have a Teresa Noakes.
Good evening. I believe that the question that I had was to be EPA related. So if we get to that point, I will come to another meeting and address that question again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have a Sharon Page.
There's no one here.
Is there a Sharon Page online? I feel like I've seen that name. So we'll go ahead and move on. Next we have an Allison Seabright. Allison, I think you may be muted. Allison, if you'd like to just type your question out real quick, we'd be happy to answer that. If you just want to type it like where you're typing these in the chat there. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and move on then. Next, we have a Joshua Matthias. Okay. Is Aaron Funkhauser?
Question already addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a Richard Rosenfeld.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Pursley, you just said that all you can do is enforce the rules and regulations of the code, but you also draft the permit. And that's the document that you can enforce upon. So you keep citing 40 CFR 63.2, which is the EPA Clean Air Act code that makes something a major or a minor source. If I understand you correctly, your entire basis for being a minor source is that they told you they would emit no more than 9.55 tons. Is that correct? You're muted, Mr. Pursley.
Yeah, the permit application and the draft permit limit their annual emissions to 9.55 tons per year.
But the draft permit has in it that they can emit 408 pounds an hour. If
That's
you
correct.
do simple math, 408 times 52, you're going to get 21,000. You divide that by 2,000, you're going to end up with 10.66 pounds, 10.66 tons per year. So why isn't that over 10 tons?
Because the permit limits them to less than 10. If they emit 406 in a week, they obviously could not do that every week in a year.
So why draft? The previous permit was 367.2, and the math works out perfectly to 9.55 tons. Why increase that to 408?
The 408 reflects the possibility of them fumigating 100% oak logs. The dosage rate prescribed by APHIS is higher. That previous number had assumed 80% oak and 20% non-oak.
Understood. What about topping off? Do you consider that at all, even though it's required under the APHIS treatment manual?
The method of compliance for determining compliance with the annual emission limit is simple. It's the amount they use. It doesn't matter if it's
where's that
used in the
coming
initial
from?
charge or
Because
in
the EPA Clean Air Act says it's the potential to emit more than 10, not the amount they use.
No,
where are you getting that rule from?
Is defined in the code as being limited by a permit. If you
But
can
that's circular.
if you can physically emit 100 tons a year, but your permit says you can only emit 9, your potential to emit is 9.
But your permit allows 408 pounds an hour.
And 9.55 tons per year.
So what limits them to 9.55 or stopping? Why would they stop for 4 weeks?
Because the permit requires them to. If they emit at that annual rate or the hourly rate the entire time, they would exceed their annual limit, and they can't exceed their annual limit.
Did you go back and look whether or not they exceeded their annual limit last year in the previous facility?
That's the compliance and enforcement section of DAQ is responsible for that.
Do you know if they did?
As I mentioned earlier, there was an inspection as of last July, and the facility was found to be in compliance.
Thank you. Next, we have Ernie Falcone. Is there Ernie Falcone? Okay. Okay, next we have a Marcus Lindsay. Not seeing a Marcus Lindsay. Next, we have a James Eklund. Sir James. Okay. Next, we have a Gary Hott.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was double muted. First, a statement. I am a local landowner in close proximity to where this factory is going to go. Got 3 small children, and we harvest several animals and crops off of our land. So my question is how can we block this permit? How can we stop it? Is it can we do like a permission, a petition, and get signatures? Do we have to go to a local representative, congressman? That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, under the Rule 13 permitting process, there's no section that says, if you get so many signatures on a permit or on a petition, then you can issue the permit. As Terry mentioned earlier, I think the proper recourse is for something like this is to talk to your congressional delegation, your state legislators, and let them know how you feel. And I will say in this particular case, your county officials, Hardy County is, I think, fortunate that they even have a robust zoning system. Most counties in West Virginia do not. And I've been in these meetings before when, people were, obviously very upset that there was no zoning. So I think in this case, you're very fortunate.
Okay. Next, we have a Kevin and Karen Duncan. Not seeing anyone. Okay. Is there a Phyllis Retzler? Okay. Is there a Sarah Barb? Okay. Is there a Sharon Music? Okay. Is there a we already covered a Bobby Hanks?
Just tell them
You can tell.
they can choose the questions.
She says
You've answered my questions.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you. Next, we have a Susan Miller. Okay. Susan, I believe you're muted. If you could unmute for us. Okay, we're going to move on to a Deborah Cornish. Okay, next we have a Joe Gorman. Okay, is there a David Doman?
Yes.
Okay.
You mentioned that the permit allowed up to 408 pounds of methyl bromide to be released in an hour. The volume of air that would be required to be mixed with that quantity of gas to dilute it to a 5 part per million concentration, which is the exposure limit for the people operating the facility. It's over 1 billion cubic feet. So to put that in perspective, that is equivalent to the volume of air contained in the cube that's just over 1,000 feet in length on each side. And the face of that cube would be about 25 acres. So that's a pretty large volume of air. The mixing of that high concentration methyl bromide being emitted from that 75-foot stack and that large volume of air, that doesn't happen instantaneously. And it's possible for the public to encounter high concentrations of that gas outside of the property boundaries of the log yard. Now, the 4 air monitors you mentioned are on the ground near the facility, and the 75-foot stack completely bypasses those monitors. So my question is, why aren't monitors required off-site downstream of the plume from the stack?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part? I lost you there for just a second.
Yeah, the question, you mentioned there's 4 air monitors that are on the ground near the facility, and I said the 75-foot stack will bypass, cause that high concentration gas to bypass those monitors. So the question was, why aren't the monitors required to be off-site downstream of the plume from the stack?
Yeah, well, I mean, we can only place the monitors where we think that where they're going to be protective of the public. You know, without doing computer modeling, there's no way to determine where that maximum concentration would be. So it's you know, been standard in other states that you place those monitors near the fence, the property line, to protect, because you know that inside the property there's not general public access. So you're safe. So what you do is you get them as far away as possible, still in that plant boundary. And like I said, that's standard procedure from other states.
Yeah, that just doesn't seem like a very good way of monitoring public safety. I think that is adequate for protecting the people working at the facility, like under OSHA rules or whatnot. But the highest concentration of methyl bromide's coming out the stack, and it like I say, it takes a while to diffuse, right? That mixing doesn't happen instantly. But if that's the rules, that's the rules. But it doesn't seem like a very logical way of doing it. And also, I really don't understand why the Department of Air Quality doesn't do computational modeling of plumes, and when they're considering the air quality outside the facility.
We do for major sources. It's not something we typically do for minor sources.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have a William Hinkle. Okay, next we have a Bern Eichelberger. Okay. I apologize for this name. And Enos Um,
Hello.
Palovich?
Yes, that's me. Thank you. I did register to make a 3-minute comment. So if you don't mind, I'd like to do that first, and then I'll end with a question if I may.
Okay, sure.
I'd like to say that, as the age-old quote goes, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Today we heard here that regulations don't require notification of local governments, like departments, even within your own organization, like the water or the West Virginia DNR, things like that. But I think what we should ask ourselves is, morally, is it the right thing to do? If we know that we're constrained in our own lane and only have certain, industry lobbyist created rules within which we're allowed to deny permits, are there other things that we can do? What authorities do we have? What areas do you have discretion to deny permits? I know these are all rhetorical questions, but if regulations allow you to delay a permit, do you look for if the paperwork has typos? For example, I noticed in what the company submitted, they misspelled the location of some of the previous cities, things of this nature. So I think there are many things that we can do. I think we really need to ask ourselves, what should we do? And I know you mentioned that you don't have privy to all of the technical details, like, how far away, you need to be for this thing to be hazardous and so on and so forth. But are you allowed to commission those types of studies? And if you're not, are there things that you can do to, within the constraints of the regulatory framework that you work within, to ensure that we're protecting our environment? Because that is the name of your organization, the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection. But in the earlier presentation, I heard things about how industries had to shut down in other states because of stricter regulation. How it's not the most dangerous pesticide out there. A lot of other sort of factors, which then, you say you're not really allowed to consider. So how can we get to a point where we can use the laws as they are right now to best benefit the public? And how can we regulate the air quality in a way that is going to be the least harmful? I know you don't have any discretion about the location of this permit, but there seems to be something suspicious going on there, and you guys are the experts. If a company is applying for a permit in a place where it looks pretty unlikely that they're going to get zoned to be allowed to be there, it seems like they must have some other agenda. I don't know what that is exactly. Maybe you guys do. So all I'm really imploring you all to do is to really think carefully about what feels right and what you can do within the power that you have been given in your role. So thank you so much. And the main question I would just be, what are the things you see are within your purview, discretionary purview? So do you have any discretion, and where are those areas so that we could know and potentially help you out, in those areas? Thank you.
Yeah, the Rule 13 does give the director discretion to put quote unquote reasonable conditions in the permit. And so that is one place where there is some discretion. And like I said, that's something we're looking at.
Thank you.
Next, we have a Mark Douglas.
Hi there. Can folks hear me okay? Let me see.
Yes.
I first of all wanted to, as others have done, thank both of you. Thank everyone for putting on this conversation, this event to hear us. And building on the prior comment and analysis and the request, really the imploring to please consider what you can do and to factor into this, what do you think is right to follow the mission of an environmental protection institution in West Virginia, where, you know, many of us, of course, have our homes, get our food, get our drink, get meat, milk, livestock, enjoy the wildlife, and all of this is under threat. And recognizing that your mandate is to protect these through the air, in the context of air, how can we as a community, as a public, support your side? What can we do that would be helpful to you? If getting 1,000 or whatever the number of signatures isn't the right notes to hit, then what are the right notes? We would like to be supportive. We would like to see this ended before it begins, so it obviates the need to use legal. Sure, of course, getting better legislation, fighting corporate polluter influence on the regs, on the laws. We can fight that fight, but how can we end it before it even begins? The best way to win a fight is not to even begin it. And we seek to protect the environment. We seek to protect the air quality. And as recognizing that the air quality impacts the water quality, the soil quality, the wildlife quality, the human health, the health of workers, the health of residents, we would like to see the right thing done and work with you on this. How can we work with you best?
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate your questions there. As we stated earlier, I think I speak for the agency when we say that the best way that you can support the DEP is to reach out to your state legislators, our rulemakers, and voice your thoughts and opinions on what changes can be made at DEP that you feel are necessary. Things of that nature, because they ultimately control the budgets and how much money we have for staffing and resources. They control a lot of the rules and regulations that we have to follow. And again, those are also done at the federal level as well. So I recommend reaching out to your congressional delegation. That's where the biggest support that we can use can happen. And what we would implore you to do, if that's if you'd like to support us, that would be the best method to do that. Next, we have a Sierra Miller. Okay. Next, we have a Debbie Beck. Okay, next we have a Stephen Kirk. Stephen, are you with us? I believe you may be muted. Oh, I think he's coming.
Yeah, so one, we seem to be kind of circling around the discretion issue, and I'm kind of wondering, you say that the final decision hasn't been made, that there's sort of an ultimate discretion at the signature, but what discretion did you have in the provisional recommendation? And then technical question, you mentioned in your presentation a temporary permit. Is there any situation where the temporary permit would apply to this situation, whereby the signature could yield something that's sort of permanently in limbo? That's it.
Okay, well, I mean, for the first question is to my recommendation to the director of the engineering evaluation, that's simply a acknowledgement that it appears to me that the facility as proposed meets the state and federal air quality rules. That's all it is.
Okay, so just to clarify that, because the people have brought up this idea that there were certain elements missing in the analysis. So was there discretion in the analytical elements that you used to come up with your decision?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So people have brought up the fact that there's been different modeling used at different locations. For instance, is that a discretionary decision, or is that driven by some strict regulatory language?
No, I mean there is some discretion that where the director can have some modeling done, for example. That is another area of discretion.
So why wasn't that specifically? Why wasn't that done here? I guess that seems to be the thing.
It's very rarely done for minor sources. I can't say it's never done because it is, but it's extremely rare to do it for a minor source.
Even though there's this not contiguous, but as you said, 2 of the 3 criteria are met. So is there any special consideration given to the fact that it's not directly contiguous, but it is sort of raising this question? You did have to evaluate that question. Am I correct?
I mean, I guess it depends on how you define evaluate. It's something that when you've done this for as long as I have, it just kind of becomes obvious on its face that because of the distance between them, it's not going to meet the definition of contiguous and adjacent. But it is, I mean, because it meets 2 of the 3, it's a thought that crosses your mind, but when you've done it as long as I have, it becomes immediately clear that EPA would not consider that as one source.
Okay, and the temporary permit?
The temporary permit, as proposed here, is not a temporary permit. This permit, the draft permit, would allow them to operate as long as they didn't make any modifications to the facility.
Okay.
Okay, next we have a William Russell. Okay, next we have a Michael Hodes. Okay, next we have a Whitney Ford. Okay, next we have a John Gillette.
Hey, so good evening, everybody. Really appreciate everybody's time. First off, I'd like to thank everybody that's made comments and things like that. You guys are truly awesome. This is what we should do for a governing body. I'd also like to say, if this proceeds forward, I hope you have the same fire that you have tonight to do this later on. If necessary. I think I've said a couple of comments tonight. In fact, I know I have. I just really hope that we have the proper safety and mitigation in place if any kind of accident is to happen. I hope that is also and what I assume in the draft permit, very important so that if anything is to happen, we can take care of each other. And then finally, I would just like to say for the record, I hope that in the future that we have additional subject matter experts that are on the panel to address some of the questions that are outside of the air realm. But beyond that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a Julia Fisun, Fisun.
Yes, hi. Thank you. Primarily, I wanted to talk about health concerns. I noticed that many people talked about that, but questions have not been really answered. I think it would be very useful to have a representative on the panel who could answer those questions because environment and health are really directly related. So would be helpful to have those answered for people. So what I found with a quick search online is that exposure to methyl bromide can cause, the studies proving that it can cause a variety of health concerns depending on the level of duration of exposure. Short-term exposure to high levels of methyl bromide can cause respiratory problems such as coughing, chest pain, difficulty breathing. It can also cause eye irritation, skin rashes, and headaches. And long-term exposure to low levels of methyl bromide can lead to more serious health problems, including neurological damage, reproductive effects, and cancer. The chemical has been classified as a probable human carcinogen by the International Agency for Research and Cancer. You also mentioned that this can bring jobs to the area, but studies found that for people who work in the plants, like in the long-term effect has been that workers who work in those areas are linked to have cancer, like prostate cancer, reproductive issues, and neurological issues and things like that. So there's just a little bit of information with a little bit of research. And yeah, I think it would have been very useful to have those questions addressed right now when people are raising them, especially people who live right next to where it's going to be, or you're planning to have I mean, it doesn't seem logical to have it in the residential area. And also, in the first place, I think there should be alternative methods of treating lumber at the baseline. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a Travis Park.
Hello. If you don't mind, I'll like to make a statement too. My kids are wanting to get to bed. My question mainly is, I could tell from your picture that the marker that you have, as Miles said, is not correct. I know because I live at 152 Park Farm Drive. It's right up the hill from it. Are you guys going to look and actually get the actual point and go with Allegheny and see, or are we just going off of that point that's actually in the middle of a stream? Also, I know you said you really don't do much with health. As a paramedic, I can say that this stuff is scaring the crap out of me. We don't have the emergency response for this. Our closest hazmat unit is in Fountain, which is over an hour away. Our EMS agencies aren't equipped to handle this outcome that's going to happen when we start getting more cancer patients, more shortness of breath calls, stuff like that. We're already taxed. I mean, at the end of the day, this is just going to hurt us more. Thank you.
I mean, I would just reiterate as far as the location that you saw, that orange marker, that's where the applicant told us the facility was going to be. If the facility is not there, if it's somewhere else, the permit is not valid.
Next, we have a Tina Metzer.
Hi, thank you. The majority of my questions have been asked, have been answered today. I just want a clarification. And I understand, and thank you all very much for having this meeting. I truly appreciate it. I know it's been a long evening. You're answering lots of questions. If everything, if it is passed, if you permit that, and the county government is really the only way that we have to really stop that, correct, right now? Because do not have to get Allegheny Wood Products, do they have to get another permit? Or is this it? Once this passed, and if there's no stumbling blocks with the county government, which I am very appreciative of our county government and our zoning, are there other permits required? Because we have all these health concerns, we have all these environmental, is there anything else required for them to go forward?
So there could be other permits, maybe within DEP, or possibly from other state or federal agencies, depending on the rules and regulations that they have to abide by. I'm not aware of any other permit applications submitted to other divisions within DEP. It is the only air quality permit that we have for this facility, obviously. So again, it's possible that they could need other permits or other approvals or licenses, from maybe the county government, from another state agency, from a federal agency. It just depends likely, on their operations. And that would also, speak to other divisions within DEP. I mean, if there's a discharge for water or processed water or anything like that, that would have to be permitted through our division of water and waste management, which again, they would be required to get a separate permit, go through the public review and public comment process and all that, like we're doing this evening. So again, just depends on what the nature of their operations are as it relates to other rules and regulations from other divisions and agencies.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have a Lori Bean.
Hi, yes, thanks. You have answered most of my questions, and I was very interested in David Doman's comments about the computer modeling. So I guess my question for you is, could you guys really consider that? I think one thing that's been a theme, and certainly that's been a concern of ours that is within your domain, is what's going to happen in the air. And I know that this is an ozone depleting molecule, but we've also heard a lot about how it sinks. I happen to have a property very close by that sits in one of those hollows. And if the modeling shows that that's where it's likely to accumulate, that's important. And if you can't measure with what you currently use at the edge of the property, I'm sure myself and the other local property owners would be happy to let you expand that and put some of those measuring devices a little further out. But certainly, if David's right, and I've known him about 53 years now, and I've not known him to be wrong on things like this, if those are useless, I would implore you to figure out a way to make them useful, because right now, you've said very clearly several times that they can't operate until they're down to 1 ppm. but you've also said that you're relooking at the permit conditions, but a lot of them you've taken out. So if they just went bananas and fumigated way more than anybody thought they would, but there's not a restriction in it, the next step is to open the louvers on the top of the building and release all that methyl bromide at the same time, because they don't have all of those interim restrictions. It's done and it's out there and it's in the air. And so they can't do it again. I hear you, and I see that in the permit until they get back down to 1. But I don't see anything stopping them from doing that, from that big dispersal. And that big dispersal gets to my property and the property of all of those people who have talked tonight. So I got that's a bit of a statement. And I guess the question is, if you'll really think hard about doing some of that modeling and looking at the actual site, and thinking about where it actually goes in the air, in your area of expertise, right? You guys are the air experts, and we're counting on you to figure that out, not just tick a box, and not rely on something that's going to fly by. And we'll do whatever we can. Again, open up our properties to you to test if that's what the computer modeling says to do.
The computer modeling is something that the director has the discretion to order, or we have in-house an in-house modeler. Yeah, I mean, so that is something she does have the discretion to do. And you know, we'll take your comment under advisement.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a Paul Graham. Okay, next we have a Todd Miller. Todd, we're having trouble hearing you. It looks like you're off mute, but we're not hearing anything. Todd, are you with us? Okay, Todd's going to type his question real quick. Yeah. Todd, you go ahead and type your question, and we'll circle back after this next person. Next, we have an Audrey Taucher.
Thank you very much. And I echo everyone else's appreciation of you guys being here and sticking it out. Since you had mentioned that the best way, if we don't like the laws, is to change them, I'm going to throw out a couple names for anyone who's interested. A Hardy County representative in the state legislature is Brian Ward. And in the Senate, it's Seipult and Randy Smith. And then at the federal congressional level, it's Alexander Mooney. And if you just go on house.gov, you'll get the list of all their names and how to contact them. And then a quick question is there a protocol for how the contaminated debris is disposed of? I know if they have to sweep afterwards, or is there any kind of system for that? Thanks.
As far as your second question there, you know, again, and I apologize. I know it gets frustrating, but when it's not directly related to air emissions, it's outside of our scope. So,
But
no.
but could I ask? I mean, if if you're cleaning or, for people in the county that are familiar with the turkey and the chicken houses, there's a lot of air emissions when you agitate the area. So wouldn't that be an air issue?
Well, but again, remember the limits in the permit are the annual emissions in the permit are based on the amount they use. So and we kind of assume a worst case where all of the methyl bromide they used is released at once. That may not be the case. That probably isn't exactly the case, but that's the worst case. So that's kind of what we build the permit around. If there's 2 pounds of methyl bromide left on the floor when they sweep up, that's still accounted for because their annual emissions are based on the amount they use. It's just we're making a worst case assumption that it's all emitted at the same time.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a Susan Evans. Okay. I apologize. We need to circle back to a Todd Miller. Okay.
So this question is, where does the 1 part per million limit come from? Is it tied to health or other effects? It is, when you look at some of the levels in some of the literature, there's a 5 part per million limit before essentially the APHIS document will allow workers to enter the area without personal protective equipment. So it's the 1 part per million, I believe, just comes from an additional safety factor on top of that 5 part per million.
Okay, next we have a Leanne Malulani. Again, I apologize for mispronouncing names.
Hi there. You we're pretty close. It's Malulani. Thank you. And I would like to thank you all for having this hearing, and also to thank Melissa Scott for her input at the beginning, and for Delegate Brian Ward for being in attendance. And given the hour, if I could go ahead and give my comments as well, I would really appreciate that. And
Sure, go ahead.
thank you. Like so many people here, my life is invested in this area. My family have ancestors here back into the mid 1700s, and yet I recently just bought a farm here and invested everything I have. So I am adamantly opposed to approval of this permit. I'm glad the EPA discontinued use of methyl bromide, but I don't believe that an exception by way of this permit should be granted for the location. And I'm not going to reiterate all of the concerns that have been expressed about methyl bromide. And I know this hearing is related to air, but we know that what goes into the air is going to end up in the soil and the water. And our people here are on well water. We all know that it's going to end up in our creeks, our wells, the bay, our air. And we really need our environment. We need every insect, fish, and animal to be free of poison. We need to be free from poison. And we depend on our domesticated farm animals. We love them and our pets. And we just literally depend on our air, water, and soil. And we value our environment and our way of life. And, I think the fact that Allegheny is not in this meeting speaks volumes about the degree of respect that they have for us and our environment. Many people in our area, including myself, have had cancer, lung issues such as asthma and other health concerns. We don't deserve the additional toll on our physical health and mental health in terms of the anxiety, wondering if our families are exposed to a toxin without taste, odor, or smell, but with many negative effects, creates a lot of anxiety. This facility would be within minutes from our children in their school complex, but over an hour from emergency resources that could be needed if there were a spill or contamination. And the way that it appears to have come about really puts a lot of doubt in people's minds in terms of how much Allegheny can be trusted. And we've already heard about some of the ways that they might be conducting themselves at the other facilities. So I think it would be good if that were concerned or considered as well. And I don't want this, not for myself, for my family, my neighbors, my community. I don't think that people in Hardy County want somebody to profit from destroying our health and environment. We don't deserve it. And it's, whether you call it a minor source or a major source, it's major to us and we don't want it. So I'm, really imploring you to consider denying this permit, because I don't believe that it does meet the required exemptions. I do appreciate that we have rules and regulations, but if I understand the process correctly, there are 3 possible critical use exemptions that could be the basis for approval of this permit. And my question is, on which of the 3 possible exemptions would this permit be approved, since it's not an emergency, it's not critical, and it's not, its use for quarantine pre-shipment is unnecessary for a non-existing facility, which Mr. Williams said has no plans now or in the future for fumigation to occur. So what would be the basis for approving this exemption?
Well, the basis is the quarantine pre-shipment. That's, and all I can tell you is what's been told to us. And that is the type of facility that will be located on the land where, where I had the dot on the presentation. That's what the application reflects. And that's what the engineering evaluation and draft permit reflects. Anything that varies from that would invalidate the permit.
Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all's consideration and hanging in there with us.
Thank you. Next, we have an Angela Bradfield. Okay. Next, we have a Mark Retzler. Okay, next we have a Sue Ryan.
Yeah, hi. Thanks to you guys for all the information and to the planning committee. My questions have been answered, but I just want to make a quick little statement going back to the notifications. If the local EMS are not made aware that a facility is storing methyl bromide and they respond to an incident or accident at that location, if anyone is injured or harmed, that's beyond negligent. To me, that's criminal. And I don't see how that doesn't apply also to any residents who are unaware of the presence of methyl bromide. You guys are the ones that issue the permits. You know where the location is. I absolutely implore you to do something to notify local authorities. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Next, we have a G. Martin. I believe G. Martin is with us, but is not working. If you have a question, you're welcome to type it out real quick, and we can circle back after we move on to the next person. Next, we have a Dragana Plavich.
She's here. Push the, you're on mute.
Is there a microphone icon?
Can you call in by phone? Do you want to circle back to her too after she calls in?
Yeah, we can do that. Okay. Next, we have a Carissa Kuykendall. Okay, and the last person we have on our registration is a Barb Swick. Is there anyone online with that name? Looks like G. Martin has entered their question to the chat.
His question was, is there any consideration given for real property devaluation, and why did I not visit the proposed site location? For the first part of the question is, you know, as I said in the presentation, that's not something that we can consider when determining whether or not to issue a permit. Our focus is on air quality issues. So it's property devaluation is just not something we can consider. As to why I didn't visit the location, I mean, it's every engineer here has kind of their own options on doing things like that. For me personally, I typically only do site inspections for permits when there is an existing source and there's something about the process that I don't understand. So if a company submits an application and I look at it and just there's, you know, something there I just don't really get, I may need to go there and kind of take a look at it. For a facility that's not even been built yet, typically I don't do those. We do have inspectors in the Eastern Panhandle who once the facility is built will do periodic inspections, and are familiar with the area.
Okay, thank you. Now we'd like to circle back to Dragana.
Yes, hi. Hear me?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay.
There's a bit of an echo. Could you
Probably
please?
I'll just disconnect here because it's double, like echo. Sorry. Second. Okay. So firstly, I want to thank you very much for this meeting. It was very, very informative from the introduction and also to allow people to bring their thoughts and issues. And secondly, I am very grateful that director allowed a little bit more time for additional suggestions and a little bit more to sleep over this issue, which is a really big issue. Now, I absolutely appreciate the challenge that you have because everybody is aware that this is not a good thing. Now, the question is, how do you justify it within the constraints and limits that you have? Seeing how you conduct this meeting and how much thought and effort you put in it, I am very optimistic that you will find a way to actually, unfortunately, deny this, because the devil is in details. You know, we have to, yes, you are doing air quality only, but you know that at the end of the road is not about air quality, it's about humans, animals, and our environment. So when you talk about dissipate or disperse, that doesn't mean disappear. The half-life of the half-life is 6 to 7 months, and half-life basically means that just half of this methyl bromide is sort of dissolved, actually doesn't exist in 6 to 7 months. And those times, people talk about some safety levels, one part per million or whatnot. That also depends on who it is. Some people will react on very small amounts. Some people can tolerate big amounts. As we know from asbestosis industry, men worked in the factory, he is fine, and the woman who was just cleaning clothes got mesothelioma. So I actually really count on you to reconsider and use all these very good points, such as computer modeling or something, to look into this further and absolutely try to justify that, unfortunately, they can move this and do business as usual elsewhere. Yes, we do need this industry. We cannot stop that. But realistically, bringing in something into the only or the rare pristine nature as we have in West Virginia is something that no matter what restrictions say, you have to live with it, you who approved it. And you know, many times people think what they've done in the life and that what could have done better. So that was my comment, and I actually, seeing how you conduct it, I trust you will make a right decision. Thank you. Hello?
Thank you.
Oh, did you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We heard your comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
So I want to give just a quick call out to anyone who maybe didn't register that would like to ask a quick question. You know, it's going on 4 hours here, so like to move things along if we can. Delegate Ward, I see you have your hand raised. If you could unmute for us.
Okay, I know others have had problems. Am I coming across?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I really appreciate this opportunity to learn some more, and between you and Mr. Pursley, I understand that some of the questions you weren't able to answer, and we work in policy at the legislature, and we always try to perfect the best policy to respond to any given circumstance. I know that I'm not sure if it was last session or the session before, there was a great concern that we had so many different county policies that a bill came before the legislature that made it so that we had consistent policies with regards to any type of pollutants, and we deferred to the DEP generally, not just air quality, but water quality and so forth. Every policy or every bill that goes out sometimes has unintended consequences. And I wanted to say, for the sake of our county officials, that they, by this latest legislation, they've been somewhat hamstrung The bill was designed so that no county or municipality could do anything over and above what the state experts like yourself, what they see. So, if a company were to want to come into West Virginia, they didn't have to search counties which permitted certain toxins or pollutants, that we would have one policy for the entire state. What Hardy County does have is an outstanding team of folks that deal with zoning and planning issues. And I only learned this when I became a legislator a couple of years ago, that we are one of the oddballs, that planning and zoning elsewhere in the state is highly unpopular. And there has been a trend, and I'm just blessed to live in a county where our people and our government, we have always been able to work well as a team, even at the state level. But because of this perception elsewhere in the state that these zoning and planning committees are not doing good work, that they're maybe off on an agenda or something, that's what prompted that legislation. So I said all of that just to say that the state, the legislature, has hamstrung the county in this endeavor. I came here neutral. I'm like, I believe it was one of the Miles boys was a paramedic. I'm a retired paramedic, and the biggest concern that I have is when Bill Hours spoke, about the not knowing. I was a career firefighter paramedic, one of my other full-time jobs in Cumberland, Maryland, and because we were a career company, each day we would go out and visit all of the industries, all of the southern states, any place that had an MSDS sheet or an inventory. So when we got a call for a fire at this particular address, if it was an industry, we knew beforehand exactly what we may encounter. And in discussions with Mr. Workman earlier, we had in the way that he had read something was that it required a level 2 hazmat suit, and our responders are not equipped and trained. And I believe Mr. Park said it was Fountain was the closest emergency responders, but the not knowing part is frustrating. I learned of this at the same time that the county commissioners learned about this, that Director Bill Hours learned about this, and it was as a matter of daily commerce or people starting businesses or conducting industry. Anytime that there is a proposal, there is a protocol chiseled in stone at the state level that says you have to advertise it 2 consecutive weeks, and that's a long-standing protocol. Those are things that do have legislative fixes, and I think I'm going to lose power here in a minute, but I hope to draft a bill that we can sell in the legislature, and that's going to require several follow-up visits with your division, Mr. Fletcher, and water quality. Those should all, anytime that there's a pollutant or a contaminant or anything like that, that potentially threatens, air, water, soil, livestock, some of these things, if it meets a certain criteria, it should be the exception to the legislative rule, which, just by the very nature of some of these ugly substances, it should require a more concerted effort from those who regulate environmental concerns. So I turn into a pumpkin usually about 8 o'clock. So I appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. We've got a great team here in Hardy County. And I would suggest that had we had an in-person forum tonight, that it would have been a lot less productive, because, you know, if people get angry and sometimes, you know, it seemed that, you know, they were lashing at you or county officials. And I hope that what I just laid out gives everybody a fair understanding of what we're up against and why, in many cases, Mr. Pursley or Mr. Fletcher may not have been able to answer a question. But the next time we do something, I'm happy to come along for the ride. I'm only as good as the information that I get. This is my community. I've raised my daughter here. And I know that, you know, the next deer that I shoot, I would hope that I'm not eating a contaminated animal. But anyway, thank you. I was not signed up to speak, but I thought that I
think we may have lost Delegate Ward. Sir, are you still with us?
He mentioned he was running out of battery. I think that might have happened.
Yeah, probably so. Okay, well, thank you, Delegate. We appreciate your comments. At this point, I would like to go ahead and move on to the official comment portion. We've been here for about 4 hours now, so I think we got to move ahead and wrap things up. I'm going to call out names as they are appeared on our registration list. And again, we're going to give everyone 3 minutes. I'd like to reiterate, though, that comments can be submitted in writing up until Friday, May 12th at 5 o'clock. So in those comments count just as much as any comment that's been given here this evening or any comment that's been submitted prior to tonight. So all comments are counted the same. So that being said, I'm going to call out our first commenter, and that would be Melissa Scott with the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. With all the talk about the legislative issues and that, I just wanted to say that, you know, they were saying that this permit does not trump local land use law, but I want to make everyone aware that there are other state laws that might trump our land use laws. If anyone is interested, please look into Senate Bill 242 that was passed in 2022, which limits local zoning for agricultural operations, and that some forest-related activities can be considered agriculture. So we hope that if this permit moves forward, that we will be able to regulate this use with our zoning ordinance, but there may be some limitations due to those new laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joseph Nitro. I believe he was in person.
Yeah, we don't have very many people left here, so.
I understand. Okay, we can circle back and unless he's left for the evening. Next, we have Ken Bransky. What is it? Okay. Next, we have Miles Park.
Okay, so I brought up an issue about the location of the GPS point, and Mr. Pursley said that if the permit or if the location is moving, it has to be based on that GPS point. What Mr. Pursley doesn't know is I live right there. I've walked that hollow 100,000 times. That land where that GPS coordinate is based on Google Earth is owned by Randall Armdolf and his brother Raymond and his mother Margaret. Randall is right here. Randall, would you like to go on the record to say that you have not given Allegheny Wood Products to have a permit?
Know nothing about
You say it clearly.
I know nothing about it.
You have not given them a permit.
No.
If it's based on the Hardy County GIS website, that GPS location, the specific location, is on land owned by the West Virginia Department of Highways. I don't believe the West Virginia Department of Highways gave Allegheny Wood Products a lease where the neighboring property is Randall's, themselves, and Mr. Robert Williams. So the address is wrong. If you're going by Google Earth, as you said, Mr. Pursley, the permit has to be voided because the landowner right now just said that he is on the record saying that he did not give Allegheny Wood Products a permit.
Thank you. Next, we have Trevor Southerly. Is there a Trevor Southerly with us? Okay. Next, we have Kate Davis. Okay, next we have a Sarah Waldrop. Next we have a Bob Dillard. Okay, next we have an Amy Head.
Mr. Fletcher, we don't have anyone who is attending in person, any more people who want to give comment. I don't know, there could possibly be people who are joining virtually who do. We do have one, sorry, excuse me. We do have one more person. That will be when you get to Michelle Rivas.
Okay, we can go ahead with Michelle Rivas's comments if you'd like to go ahead and give them now.
Sorry.
Start over.
Where do I do?
Just start over.
Look this way. Look that way.
Yeah.
You're on camera this way.
As I said, this started out as a question, but it's morphed into a statement. And I understand from listening to everything tonight that you have the authority to issue permits, but no responsibility to assure the accuracy of those permits at the time that you receive them. And you have no accountability for the damage that the permitting causes because it belongs to a different agency. And when I say you, I don't mean the two of you personally. I'm talking about the agency itself. Possibly to promote a healthy environment, which is the DEP mission. Your first step toward accountability might be to address the procedures that limit the way you communicate with communities, that address the issue of qualitative measures so that when you see something that is qualitative and doesn't give you specific information, you research what that is, and to consider how to mitigate the impact of your decisions on the environment that you're supposed to be protecting. That's it.
Thank you. Next, we have a Jean Flanagan.
So she's gone.
Okay. Next, Would that include Joe Pat Flanagan as well?
Yes.
Okay. Next, we have an Alex Williams. Okay, next we have a Sharice Gardner.
Yes, I would simply like to thank the private citizens who did an extraordinary job of making this notification aware to the public. In my case, particularly, I would like to thank Robert Singleton, who posted this and shared it widely. I wish that had the notice had been made more widely available by the agency. I don't know by what means, but the newspaper, but I observed it was a very small ad in a very obscure place. So again, I want to thank the public advocates who made all of us aware and made it possible for all of us to be here, as well as thank the representatives from the West Virginia DEP and your time. This is 4 hours plus. I appreciate your patience with us and answering our questions. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next, we have a John Rosado. Next, we have a David Kerr. Next, we have a Wayne Thompson. Mr. Thompson, you with us?
He's gone.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a Crystal Roberson.
Online. Come on.
Okay, next, we have a Joe Lee.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
would it be appropriate for you just to ask if anyone online, if there are any remaining people online who would like to make comments? If it's not, that's fine. The people who are attending in person are just suggesting that might be something we would want to do. But if you have a certain way you need to proceed, that's fine as well.
No, I considered that, but I didn't want to perhaps miss anybody. But we can move to that and then circle back if we happen to miss anyone. So,
Okay.
if anyone that's joining virtually and would like to make comments, please raise your hand and we can call on you as you appear on my screen and work down through the list. Okay. First, we have a Richard Rosenfeld.
Yes, thank you very much for tonight. I'd first like to start with public comments. It seems like there's an incorrect reference when you sent out information on where to find the public comments. If you guys could look into that, it's nearly impossible to actually view the public comments, which is allowing we, the public, to view, review, and share the thoughts of everyone in the public. For example, we personally made a 17-page legal analysis of the permit that we'd love everyone to take a look at. We know another individual who spoke tonight is an engineer with a PhD who submitted a 5-page engineering analysis of the failures and violations in the permit and the proposed site. And so the public being able to see that would be something that's important to them. Next, I'd like to just suggest that I think you're reading the Clean Air Act incorrectly. Under the Clean Air Act, the potential to emit is defined as the maximum capacity of a stationary source to emit a pollutant under its physical and operational design. I see you rolling your eyes, Mr. Pursley, but that's literally from 40 CFR 63.2. That's the law under the CAA. It gives you the ability to determine whether or not under the operational design, not just a number they gave you, they would be emitting more than 10 tons a year. Seems like obvious from the numbers that are in the draft permit, and that's something you could deny the permit for. Finally, I'd like to urge you to re-include in this petition, reinstate things that you seem to base your analysis on. For example, it seems clear that you based your analysis on a weekly emission, on a single weekly emission. There used to be a prohibition of no more than one fumigation per week included in the permit. There no longer is. There's no way to determine whether they'll do just one a week or more than one, and your analysis is based on that. Seems a very easy thing to put back into the permit, and something that's certainly in your purview to do under Section 13, as you explained to us earlier. There are a variety of other limitations and protections for the community that could easily be built into the permit. You've done it previously in permits. There's absolutely no reason not to do it in this one, particularly one zoned for agricultural and residential use and not an industrial poison. This is very simple for you to do. You've done it before. There's no reason not to include it here. Thank you.
Next, we have Angie Rosser.
There we go. Hello, good evening. 4 hours and 12 minutes in. I've been here the whole time. You guys are troopers. I'm Angie Rosser with West Virginia Rivers Coalition. Been in a lot of public hearings, and this is a dedicated one on behalf of the DEP staff. So thank you for making sure everyone had a chance to be heard and ask questions tonight. That means a lot. There were two things that stood out, and one maybe more of a policy question, but the minor sources and the distinction between minor and major keep coming up. And we know this facility, as with many others I've noticed across the state, sort of fit right below the threshold. And it seems to me from a policy standpoint to give the agency more discretion about looking at when they're right on the bubble and when there are other sites in the area, and looking at cumulative impact is a really important thing from a public health standpoint. And I guess the other thing is, just looking at Hardy County. So I live closer to Charleston. We're a statewide organization that works on statewide policy, and we see a lot of these kind of proposed facilities that are going to increase pollution in communities across the state, and just how we can hear from each other more. This conversation has been so informative for me tonight, and to hear my fellow West Virginians raising really good questions that I think, the agency is grappled with, and to be able to dialogue about it is really important, and to open that up toward more philosophical and political questions of how we want our state to be like for future generations living here. So I just thank everybody for their participation, and for the DEP staff for hanging in there and making sure that all voices were heard tonight. I think it means a lot, and this can be replicated in many ways for the betterment of West Virginia, and again, the state we want to live in, and what we know and love about the state. And good night, everybody.
Thank you, Angie. Next, we have Amy Lowe.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Terry, and is it Steven? So, yeah. I appreciate you guys spending so much time. Hopefully you get comp time or something for your work. But I just want to go on public record of saying that I am opposed to the permit. And honestly, I would love to see the current permits rescinded, because I do live in the town of Moorfield. I love being outdoors. I spend so much time in the parks here, and I'm kind of upset that the past 4 or 5 years, unknowingly, I was breathing in probably methyl bromide, because I live right in the center of town, and there were facilities on either end of town. So I don't want to keep anybody any later. I think all the important concerns have been brought up. So I just want to go on record as making a statement that I, as a resident of Hardy County, I oppose this permit.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment? I ask that you raise your hand. If you're joining us by phone, feel free to unmute yourself and we can start your comments.
Hi, yes. So John Gillette again. As part of the information dissemination, I would implore the panel, everybody, to go ahead and the email distribution that we've utilized to notify of this meeting, to allow us to come into this meeting, any of the associated material that anybody has brought up, i.e., I believe Mr. Rosenfeld or others, make that public, send it out. We've all come to this wanting more information. Please share that as part of that email distribution that you have for us to register. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a Dragana Palovich.
Hi. Sorry, I have to use my phone because I don't know how to unmute. I just want to say that for the end, do not think that we have, that the issue here is air pollution. The issue is human health and environment, and you guys are in a right spot to find the ways to actually stop the end product, which is danger to our health and environment. And that is really what should be concluded. It's not about air. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hillary C.
Hi, this is Hillary Collins. I'm part of Ashton Woods, so we represent about 350 homes or properties. Steve, you and I talked a few weeks ago. Thank you for your time and Terry's, and I'm just grateful that y'all are letting us do this evening, even though it's going late. Our concern, or my concern, is just, and it's probably been raised, I just want to raise it as a public comment, is the totality of all of these permits. Are they they're being approved, but if they're approved singularly, is there a total impact being looked at for the county? So that's it. And thank you again, gentlemen, for this evening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment?
Yes, we have one more here in person.
Okay, just have them state their name and they can begin.
Yeah, this is Neil Gillies again. I think it's useful to note there's not a single person who came here to voice their support for this project. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So this is not a popular thing for the community here in Hardy County, and that should matter.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any additional comments or?
Anyone else? No. You want to do the closing, Steve? Or whatever. If you're still
we don't have any additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else online that would like to make an additional comment or make a comment? Okay, Enos Palovich.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say for all those of us that remain and are thinking about next steps, that, thanks to the Hardy County permit folks, as they mentioned, that there are other permits necessary and there are other processes and there are other laws and we can continue to use our rights and our duties as citizens to continue to protest in various ways. I know it's been expressed here in this meeting that, you know, certain things can't be considered like popular opinion, but let's face it, popular opinion is always going to be considered. If we protest enough, our politicians will consider it and make it happen. So let's not give up, everyone. And just wanted to say thank you to the folks in the Department of Environmental Protection. Have a great night.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to make a comment? Going once, going twice. Okay, if there are no other commenters, then we will go ahead and close the meeting. Again, I want to reiterate that the comment period will be open until 5 p.m. on May 12th. So you can submit written comments up until that point. And again, we will be reviewing all those comments submitted, as well as all the comments given here this evening or previously submitted. So I want to thank everyone for your interest and for participating. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you keep fighting.
Thank you. God bless